Wow, it's really surprising YouTube sent out a notification. Heckin' yeah. Well, I'm anxiously waiting to see if the redemption is going to go through. The bot may not be listening yet. Let's pop in here for a second and see if we can't work out this here. This here redemption. Am I hella low to y'all? Maybe I just gotta get in on the mic. What are we looking for? We're looking up Stream Elements, right? Is it the one with the no, Streamlabs, right? I can't remember. Cloudbot. Streamlabs, that's why. Okay, I bet I'm not logged into the Streamlabs. Yeah, it has forgotten who I am. Let's continue, let's sign back in, let's give it permission. Alright. Then we're gonna test the Cloudbot. Whoa, Cloudbot is just off. Why would they do this to me? That's weird. Cloudbot was just completely disabled on their website. Wow. Alright, let's see if a redemption works. Let's redeem Flashbang. Okay, there we go. There we go, it's back. My apologies, Surveillance Wizard 5555. Let's there we go. All right. I think everything looks okay now. I'm gonna grab my tripod in case we do any filming today. Make sure this sets up. I wonder why everything's so low today. I literally cannot turn the NDI source any higher. It is weird, like, I should be able to, if I turn it full volume on the computer here, it should, like, be blasting my ears. Alright, let's get this. Testing for latency 1, 2, 3, 4. That's about where we're at. Okay, day. I'm gonna swap headsets, I think, right after I click this button and see if we're working. Ooh, yeah. Mini's in focus. This thing maybe not in focus. How bad is that? Let's do a full screen here. I can't see a dang thing because I changed the resolution to like a reasonable level. And it is kind of unreasonable. I mean, that's fine, right? Y'all can see it's got the autofocus on. That's what it is. Well, howdy, y'all. Welcome back to a live stream right here on Country Fried Minis. If you can believe it, we are here. We are live. We are back at it. Hope everybody's doing swell out there today. We're going to be fucking locked in for the long run tonight. I think it. Oh my goodness. Come on, meow. Come on, meow. Let's get this Zoom going. Today we're going to be diving back in on these construction mechs for my Fiverr client, who I have unfortunately been neglecting. Because it has been a busy ass month. I'm working on a project that y'all can't actually know about unless you're on the Discord. So unfortunately, if you don't hang out on the Discord, I can't publicly tell you anything about it, but something fun is in the works and something fun will be coming soon. So it's been at the expense of all other content is kind of what I'm getting at. Let's get our wet palette going here. I think we're actually just gonna fold some edges here. We're diving in with a fresh wet palette today. Diving in with a renewed outlook on the channel. Things are looking good. Shorts are popping up. We ain't gonna worry about no numbers or viewership in the chat. We're just gonna paint. And if you find this painting content useful as a backdrop for your day or whatever action you're doing at the moment, let me know in the comments, especially if you found this via the algorithm. I have noticed that YouTube is kind of not really favoring the streams anymore. It was for a while, but I suspect YouTube's current algorithmic push is for short form content, like big time. Like it has been for some while now, but especially lately, I have to suspect that it has to do with the TikTok stuff and the government interference in there. YouTube wants their share of that revenue market. Because I've been seeing my shorts performing. So c'est la vie, right? That said, as per the last community post, the shorts are not the primary focus, so we will continue the everyday shit posts. So if you want to watch some Country 5 Minis while you're taking your morning shit, rest assured there will be one available every night, 12 p.m. PST. We'll keep those rolling in addition to everything else. Digressing. Welcome back. We're gonna paint. We're gonna paint on some minis today. Did you investigate the dealership sign as the failure cause? No, the dealership failed due to this layer shift right here. This layer shift of this big ass part. Which failed because I used Blueprint Studios supports, which are really thin. I have since reprinted this part with thicker. I actually use the Anycubic supports, and they work because they're like thicker bodied. And the Blueprint Studios supports are really good for like mechs like this, because it spreads out the contact points and has these really fine supports that get removed. But anytime you start dealing with something big, they can flex. Show us the fucking mechs, you son of a bitch. Also, how are you today, Cam? I'm doing all right. Doing all right. I am determined to be a beacon of positivity as much as I can. As much as I can stand to do it. So we're going to be working on these construction mechs. We've got a forestry mech. We've got a Powerman hauler mech, I think is the name of it, because it's got the crane arm that I sculpted in Blender. And we've got a Powerman mod. This one has 2 medium lasers and a machine gun. And then we also need to work up a forestry mech mod and a raider, and these are going to be in pirate colors. I meant to get some work done on them beforehand, but man, I got so much shit I'm juggling right now, y'all. It's insane. Anyhow, bacon of positive colon health, more like. Yes, make sure to eat lots of fiber. Whatever you're doing, whatever you're consuming, make sure to put a little extra fiber in your diet for nice, robust poopage. It's important to get a little roughage in your diet to scrape any potential polyps from the inside of your butthole. Give me a second. My hair is getting a little unruly. Okay, so we're going to dive in today. We're going to paint on some mechs, and we need to start with some reference material. After chatting with the client, I asked them if they'd be okay with doing the pirates, like Tortuga Fusiliers, and they're not so much on board with that. They want them to look a little bit more like Banson Raiders. Banson's Raiders. So we're gonna pull up Banson's Raiders on camo specs real quick. Camo specs. Boom. And get a good look at what those guys look like. Turquoise and beige. Turquoise and beige. In like a variety of setups. So like we could do really heavy beige. We could do really heavy blue. And I kind of dig that. We can work with this. So turquoise and beige, eh? Oh. I think we might actually need to dig out. Can we get away with a contrast color for the majority of these? I'm not so sure. I've got some nice blues, which we could probably take into turquoise territory. Oh my goodness, I can't see my mouse cursor. It's so tiny. No. Get out of here. I'm trying to... Yeah, there we go. Got my nice little focus thing back. So we may have to mix a custom turquoise. I don't really have a solid one in the bottle ready to go. I do have my inks. I have some turquoise ink, but they're not super good for what we're doing. I do have Ethermatic blue as well, but I don't think that's the tone. I really don't think that's the tone we're after. Let's see. Turquoise, turquoise. We have turquoise and turquoise green. I might use the this turquoise as like the highlight color, but I think we are gonna have to mix a custom, which sucks, but that's fine. So turquoise is just kind of like a greenish blue, right? Where aquamarine is more like a bluish green, I would say. So we can maybe start with like a jade green and throw in some of this magic blue. Let's do a little experimentationing. Custom quaz, cusquaz. That's almost like brown gerine, you know, because orange is just brown. Okay, let's see what we can get into. I'm actually thinking I really like this deep blue. It's somewhere in between our magic blue and our imperial blue. This is a really nice foundational color, I think. We might start with this lad. Let's try a foundational hit of this, maybe like 3/4 deep blue and then 25% jade green. I think that's where we're gonna start. We'll work up into our Daler Rowney turquoise as our highlight tone. It's a very nice turquoise tone. I think our turquoise green is going to be too green. This is just, it's really not going to do. So let's set that aside and get stuck in on this project. So that's how you make money on the slots. Just don't lose. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You just don't lose. Slink kind of pioneered the spam fire method. At a certain point, the way the payouts are set up, you start getting a lot more than you throw at it. If you have enough to cover the losses, spamming it just makes it work. All right, so we're gonna do a 3 to 1. So we're gonna do I'm gonna start with 6 drops of our deep blue, and then this probably needs a good shake. Let's dig into. Solomon Sampson 747. I fucking appreciate that you're using like reasonable numbers on the slots. Of course, everybody gets biscuit coins for participating in chat, but it's at such like a slow drip rate. The only way to get any meaningful amount is to gamble. We have the slots. We also have the gamble feature. Oh wait, you're playing. That's right. The gamble is the big money. Exclamation point gamble, and that's just on a 100-sided die. I'm a biscuit coin conservative. Yes. Fiscally responsible with your biscuit coins. All right. That's almost funny. Okay, so we got, how many drops did we do here? I think we did 6. I like to keep me coins. Well, that's fine, because you can always do, what is it? Redeem Rich. Redeem Rich. I think it costs like 10 million biscuit coins or something to spend it. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. You could tell me, right? Yes. And of course, the rich has no cooldown, so it can be spammed. So long as you're okay with dropping 10 million per. Okay, so we've got how many drops was this? 6 plus 2, so 8 drops. Let's start with.
Well, you want to woo woo?
4 drops of water. That actually turned into 5.
Some neighbors are saying way too loud.
That's only in the morning.
It's only in the
Cooking
morning.
breakfast or somebody, and so that's like an alarm clock.
All right, let's give this a nice. So you know, I immediately regret 2 drops of the of the jade green. That jade green is intensely powerful. I bet it's got a fair amount of titanium dioxide in it. Shit. All right, let's go ahead and put 3 more drops, I think, of the blue. Let's drop that ratio to 4:1. 20%. We'll go 20% with the jade green. It's still very, very green. You know, this is fine. We'll use this as foundational color, and then we'll come back in with a blue wash to get the crevices and kind of push that back down into blue territory. Okay, so what we want here, maybe a shittier brush for base coating. Do I have an older, shittier, poofier lad? I think that one is starting to get a little bit of a frayed tip, so we'll dig into that. And let's set our focus level to the mini. Let's see, I'll probably be painting about right here. So I'm going to pull that focus just a little bit further up towards the camera. It's really hard to get with the white. But let's just start picking some areas. That is maybe too thin. Maybe too thin. That's fine. I think maybe one of these colors just has real shitty coverage. So to do the Banson's Raiders, the client had asked for kind of a combination between the Banson's Raiders and the Tortugas. I don't think they're going for any like actual color scheme. So I think what we'll do is just create a nice varied pattern of the turquoise and beige, and then we'll go back in and add in some black panels or lines or designs here and there, and we'll probably do some fun freehanding by the end of the day with like some piratey glyphs. Maybe I mean, one of them is gonna have to have a Jolly Rogers, at least a skull and crossbones. You know, all that good stuff. Of course, I have made this way too thin, so this is performing like a really thick contrast color almost. That 5th drop of water really did a doozy, I think. What do I type to check my biscuit balance? I think it's God, that's funny. I don't actually know. What?
Stick subscribe to the channel.
Thank you for the subby. What was the what was the biscuit coin check amount? Is it just coins? Exclamation point coins? I can't remember. Coins or points? It might have been points. Yeah, because it's only called coins because I named them that. Yep, points. That's what it is. Thank you, Mr. Nathan. I'm pretty sure the pale versions are so light due to titanium dioxide. Yes. TO2. Oh shit, I forgot. I meant to do hold on, I had a bit. Well, not a bit, but you know, a thing. I don't know why titanium made me think of that, but let's do this real quick. I was talking to Death from Above Wargaming, since Tom hasn't been in their videos for a while. Said he basically quit after the Kickstarter. Still haven't received his No refund, no answer to the myriad of emails. That's so sad. Ugh. So damn sad. Let's pop in here. I gotta send this to y'all real quick.
Country Fried Meanies
There you
ask
go.
me,
There you
welcome the people to the stream and tell them all about the catnip Sundays, but do the whole thing in Chinese. 大家好，欢迎来到直播间。今天我要跟大家聊一下毛博和星期天，这是我们每周最期待的时候。毛博和星期天，我们给猫咪们一点特别的快乐时光，让它们可以在毛博和的刺激下尽情享受和放松。各种翻滚和跳跃的动作简直是太花期了，就像每个人都在看一场迷你猫咪的欢庆派对。希望大家和我们一起享受这个特别的时光。
Yeah, but sure, Bipingqua. Yes, exactly. I concur, Robot Cameron. Tangia.co/countryfriedminis. If you want to throw real world money at such a thing, you can even draw penises on the stream. Yeah, DFA are nice guys. We play using their Alpha Strike rules in our LGS. They share responsibility for getting a dozen people into the IP on my end alone, and CGL fucks them. Yeah, I think, I honestly think CGL just got a little too big for their britches. They were obviously not equipped to handle the massive ballooning in sales and reach that they got. And now I definitely feel like some idiot in their company saw that sales report thing where it listed them as second under Games Workshop, and they really seem to think that they're bigger than they are. Windows Defender, I said never ever give me updates. No. It's still doing it. I left this computer on Windows 10. I was like, oh, fuck yeah, no more updates. And it just, instead of giving updates, now it spams for updating to Windows 11 at the same rate at which it used to update. Luckily, one of our members just got a nice resin printer. We were just talking about mini costs last night. And because I was looking at the Clan Cavalry Star, because I really want a black Python, the new sculpt. And the online retailers, the good ones like Ares and Fortress, they still have a nice discount, like the max that Catalyst will let them do. But the MSRP on the fucking Cavalry Star is $40 for 5 models. We compared that, okay, so I know GW has character models that are really expensive and big models, but for basic troops, we did a comparison. The Catalyst models come out to $8 a mini, a little over $7. And a pack of 10 Space Marines is $6.50 per model. Some Catalyst boxes are more expensive than GW right now. And they're pre-assembled with horrible mold lines. You don't even get you're not even putting them together and cleaning them up. So right now, Space Marines are cheaper than BattleTech minis at a model-by-model basis. Ares and Fortress are very consumer-friendly. CGL wants way too much. Lots of us got into BattleTech because it wasn't 40k pricing. Yeah. Ares has always been my go-to. Their shipping can be a little expensive sometimes, because it seems to go up based on the number of items you order. not necessarily like the weight and size of them, but it's fine. It's never too expensive, and I'm usually ordering a small amount, just a few blisters from them. Plus, Mr. King has been really nice in correspondence, and has like even reached out about like if I use PayPal and ship to a different address, he's give me a head up. He's like, hey, we can't do the consumer protection guarantee on this. I just need you to confirm before we send it, which is fine because I've never had any problems. And then Fortress is also really good. I have not had any correspondence with the owner, but have never had a bad experience with them. They're kind of my second line for ordering new models, and then Fortress also has a pretty regular selection of used minis, which I fucking love. I think it's really important that we have access to, like, what do you call it, consignment minis, but like at a fair consumer price rather than like collector's price. I mostly use Fortress due to lower shipping, but both stores are great. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they both use the max discount that Catalyst allows. So they are good bets, and it's interesting. I think one of my long-term goals has always been to kind of get into miniature retailing. But to tell you the truth, Fortress and Ares both make me really hesitant to enter the field as a competitor to them. So maybe we won't have a Country Fried Minis storefront, though we will have Country Fried Minis. That is far in the future, though. We're talking multi-year plan at this point, but keep an eye out. Keep an eye out for sculpted stuff. Country Fried Consignment. It's almost, yeah. Well, I sell painted minis, but I paint them. And speaking of, here's a little preview. The next set going up on eBay is going to be a happy little, where's the focal point? Happy little Lyran light, a light Lyran lance here. So we got the Banshee, the Atlas, the Zeus, and a Battlemaster. And then we're also using a Stormfire and a Brutus assault tank. So that's going to go up on the eBay store probably 140 soon, next few days. Fortress has a mini from the Mech Bay podcast along with a printable Alpha Strike card. You could absolutely do a CFM homemade mech. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'll have to reach out at some point once I get a little more traction. Don't want to be too big for my britches yet, but I do want to fill out them britches. Alright, so coat one on this guy. We're going to go with half of the torso and the leg, and then this arm in the beige. And then we need to think about what our crosscut mod is going to have for healing. Another Nate calls for a Popcat. I want to do that. I want a Popcat. I love Popcat. Is Popcat top 3 in top 3 internet memings? Oh my god, I can't see what I'm doing because I popped on the Popcat. Thank you, Popcat. Let's get our focus right. That's all right. I guess it's just blowed out because it's white. What are we doing on this guy? What if we do a teal top and beige pants? Is that too silly? It is a pirate. I think it's gonna be fine. There's the Buccaneers do that. What is his name? Brock's Buccaneers. They do like a pants and a top, or they do boots, is what it is. Kind of taking a page out of Mr. Grimm's Vandelay's Valkyries. He did a Victor with the beige pants. Bring me my brown pants. Yes. I mean, any pants can be brown pants if you're startled vigorously enough. Okay, so unfortunately this shit is so thin that it is acting like a better version of Ethermatic Blue. But we're definitely getting some contrast action. We're going to have to hit it with another layer and get that opacity, and then we're going to go back in with a dark blue wash, I think. But we do need to build up some opacity with this color first. Again, apologies for the so much clearing of the throat. I got throat phlegm. Alright. Let's get this mod painted up. I really kind of want to I want to duel some forestry mechs or something, some industrial mechs in the Solaris arena. I think that'd be super fun. Pretty sure this guy's got an LBX 5 or something as the default. But the forestry mech 2C, the Salama mech, has an improved heavy medium laser. It's the whole point of the story. Captain always requests his red shirt before a fight so no one sees him bleed. Ah, yes. You're talking about Captain Stabbin, right? The penis guy. I don't know. I've seen enough Star Trek to know you don't wear a red shirt when you go planet side, you know? I'm kind of thinking we leave this whole power plant metallic. I think that's what we're gonna do here. All right, so here's the big question, y'all. Is his belt gonna be turquoise with the legs beige, or is he like actual pair of pants like a logger mech would have? I'll set this off to the side while you guys decide. Do he have pants or he have leggings? This is still wet as well, so we're also going to we're gonna pivot. I'm gonna pivot here a little bit, and I think we're going to come in on our construction yellow, which the sensor is blowing to hell. And we're gonna clean off a little bit of fuzz that made it into the paint job here. We're going to start working up the construction colors. And I think our approach here is maybe, let's hit them with a quick dry brush of a lighter yellow to pull out the edges, and then we can put in, I'm thinking a brown wash, but we may just get our effects with the enamel wash towards the end. Got my mechs today. Thank you, Cameron. Whoa, welcome, Woojin. Thank you for stopping by to check out the stream. Man, I cannot express how much I appreciate you, man. Those flew off the shelf, and they were a ton of fun to paint. So I do all kinds of stuff around here, and a lot of them end up on the eBay store. Like I was just showing the, I'm working on some Lyrans next. They are in their initial stage of blue washing. But these guys are going to be the, I think it was the 11th Lyran RCT. The one with the, mostly blue and then white stripe. But digressing, thank you again. You're an absolute legend. What are we doing now? We need some kind of yellow tone on these boys. I don't know if sun yellow is going to be the right color, so let's, you need to do more filthy cleaners. I was actually just kind of discussing that last night, and I think the next set after these Lyrans this month is going to be some Jade Falconers, but I actually don't know like what the preferred galaxy is, like what the most common one. So I was kind of thinking doing some Zeta Galaxy boys, just because they got that classic green and yellow. I know that I'm going to do my Battletech Aces in Alpha Galaxy, but they're just black. Do we need the at? That is possible, Another Nate. You may need the at. Yeah, I'm planning on doing the Aces box in the new year as a kind of a test of solo play content. So the intention was to paint them in Alpha Galaxy, which they add an extra symbol every time they survive a scenario. So I think that could be really fun. Okay, so I think we're gonna go with the sun yellow. I was looking, judging it against demonic yellow and deep yellow. So deep yellow, first off, is not as saturated as the sensor is telling you. Is actually like a really, it's saturated in a pastel sense, but the coverage is really poor. So I think we're gonna skip that. The demonic yellow is really pale, quite desaturated, and I think that'll pull these too far into the white territory. I think our sun yellow is going to be the way here. This is going to put a little bit of warmth in these guys, and I really want them to be warm so that when we go into the lighter edge highlighting, they start to get that sun-worn look. Pie. 427 requests for pie. What was the next number? What's our next number? We hit the 420. Oh, it's 666, of course. How could I be so myopic? In fact, I'd argue that, you know, I have been naked on camera. You guys got a full nip shot in the bathtub. I'll tell you what, I'll do one more I'll do one more unexpected spicy shot in exchange for the 420 pies. I can't afford a photo shoot yet. Just saying, y'all. But at 666, we'll do the body pillow. 69, 420, 69 is way too many. Well, if we ever hit that point, I'll do like some kind of professional product. That's gonna take for million years to get there. So at 666, I'll do the body pillow, and you guys can get I can't even find the descriptor for what you guys are gonna get. It's something though. You can cuddle up at night with my curvaceous form. Calendar or bee transplant? I think the calendar is the way. Like a full 12 produced shots. The bee transplant, I can't give up my bees. And I'm definitely not putting someone else's bee into my bee hole. Okay, so we're going to go in with our sun yellow on the texture palette. And just unload it into the medium texture. Get it nice and broken down. And the beauty of I always find that Locust Labs mechs really dry brush beautifully. And we're gonna come in and we're gonna really pump up those edges, get them really defined, and really accentuate that contrast between the high points and the kind of orangey shadows from the Imperial Fist contrast paint. And of course our contrast paint is really old. It was like the bottom of the container, so it's got an especially orangey hue to it in the crevices compared to the new bottle. So we really want to bring that yellow back. This is almost like this yellow has a bit of a greenishness to it. And of course y'all can't see any of that because the sensor does not know what to do with this tone. You can also pump up the jam. Ah, yes. While your feet are stumping. Lizzie, get your booty on the dance floor tonight. Make my day. She just want to bust a move on the dance floor, you know? What's so bad about that? Okay, so this is not super noticeable. We could maybe skip this color. So everything I said about it, I'm totally wrong. We maybe need the more palish yellow to provide that contrast. So we're going to clean out this brush with some acetone. Do not do this with your natural hair. I prefer preserves over jam. What's preserves is like whole chunks of fruit in it. Yay, voice no work. Oh, god damn it. My paint is so thin that I set it on an angle and it has run into the sponge. We're gonna have to remix that fucking color. You bitch. You absolute bitch, palette. Thank you. Thank you. And on that note, I'm gonna refill my coffee. And BRB in just a second. And maybe clear my fucking throat so it's not like this lob of inflammation preventing my vocal cords from functioning. So give me just a second. I'm just going to walk into the kitchen and fill my coffee cup. So BRB. All right, I'm here. I'm back. I'm hitting the button. I stayed up too late and ate Taco Bell for breakfast. Ooh. I mean, that's not entirely a bad thing. Taco Bell for breakfast actually sounds kind of fucking fire. Maybe not like regularly, but I could do a Taco Bell breakfast. Ugh. Sticky chunky berry grease. Oh, yes. There still be no bustin' on the dance floor, no ghosts allowed. Oh, but bustin' makes me feel good. Alright, so we are going to switch to the demonic yellow. And hopefully that more like pale nature of this color comes through on the dry brushing. Because after a little bit on that first mech, it's basically can't see it. Words cannot describe how utterly irritating it is to have this constant upwelling of gooey, gummy phlegm working its way out my bronchial tubes onto my fucking vocal cords when I'm trying to talk. I think I got whatever my grandma got. She definitely suffers from it. You'll be hanging out and she'll just be clearing her throat. Because it never goes away. It is going to be rough on streamed content. But you know, I can bust through it and then do the voice line, so it doesn't hurt it don't hurt the long form, you know? But for now, y'all just have to suffer through the oral assault of throat clearing noises intensify. Alright, so that is definitely visible. Y'all probably can't see it. Oh, Jesus Christ. Fucking A. I just want to be able to talk. I need a throat vacuum. It's like someone get down in there with a fucking shop vac and hoover out my fucking bronchial tubes. Jesus. Ridiculous. What the hell was I even getting at? The yellow is apparent, but you guys can't see it on the sensor because sensors can't actually capture real colors. Fucking A. Dude, I don't understand it. I'm telling you, I hang out. So, you know, part of my job description is to make myself available in the Discord, right? And hanging out in voice chats. I'll be in there for 12 fucking hours talking. No problem. Hit the stream button. You gotta talk like this because there's fucking... You know, it just season up my goddamn throat. Phlegm be gone. I need some, what's that fucking, the D&D spell? Prestidigitation. Hit me with that prestidigitation right in my throat parts. You know, it also might be because this is like stupid early in the day for me, I guess. And in fact, now that the Euro folks don't really hit the Wednesday streams, and the Dicks no longer stream on Wednesday, I think we may be switching. We may be switching the paint stream back to my original preferred time of 6 p.m. PST. As per the ad in the Titania video, if you haven't seen, you should probably go watch because it's fabulously well done. I recently went back and watched the Titania video. Quite unusual for me to watch my own content months out, but I received a few comments, and one of them was on that. So I went back and referenced that material, and it has been very inspirational for a future sexy pinup video, which will be coming in the future. We got lots of fun stuff planned for 26. We just got to get on the other side of Christmas, y'all. Big project at the workbench right meow. And I can't show it. I can't show y'all. But no, it's fun. Join the Discord if you want to learn more. Yes, it's where all the good stuff happens anyways. We infect each other with colon bees and espouse the merits of dong lobsters. Don't believe me? Call my bluff on the CFM Discord. I think there's a link in the description. It's because you're performing, even if it's light mode, your mouth hole still suffers performance antipathy. Yeah. It's fun, real fun. Get in the Discord. We do hangouts, don't we? I'm a fan. I get a lot of fulfillment from chatting with you people. All right. So let's build up this nice subtle lighter yellow. We're just trying to bring our yellow into yellow and out of orange right now. And then I do think we need to hit these with a more target dry brush right after this that focuses more chest and arms and head. Though the forestry mech is more of a all dome, no panels on the head. But let's get in there, let's build this up. And I think the plan is to do one more pass of like a very pastel yellow, and then we'll hit it with a brush applied angle edge highlighting. These guys are still a little shiny, and the crevices are still wet. So we're going to let those sit while we move on into a nice pastel yellow. Pest yellow. Bee free for life. Yeah, I agree. We don't actually give each other colon bees. That was a lie. Bees have paid me to say it. But nowhere in the stipulations do I have to actually endorse the product. All right. So we're going to move on to this toxic yellow, and this is going to be my first time using this color. So it might be a huge dang old disaster. But I don't think so. Since we're attacking with the dry brush, it should go on pretty smooth. We're gonna do 2 load unload cycles before we start to get any residual demonic yellow out. There we go. Just really, you know, let out that. So we're unloading the brush onto the texture palette so that we don't lose the moisture. And then we're going to come across the face and chest as one does. Right across the top of the back. Everywhere that it's going to be nice and visible. And you know, we could maybe come across the knees too, right there. But we don't want to overdo it on the legs. We really don't want to overdo it, because the whole point here is to bring the focal point up to the face, as it should. Thatch roof cottages. Ah, yes. They are quite flammable. At least the roof is. Burninate them, you know? Alright, so we unload our brush, come back in, and we swipe it across. So we're starting at the very top of the head there because it's got nice sharp angles, which will help to unload the brush more. And we're going to work across the details and a little bit in a circular motion. We just want the top. Head, chest, top of the shoulders, a little bit on the arms, across the knees. Bam. That's it. That's all we're doing. Pow, pow, pow. And that immediately looks so much better with a very simple effort. And I think actually this guy needs a little bit more to match what we just did. So we're going to do a second pass here, trying to hit the CT a little bit more across the top of the shoulders. One more swipe on the legs, and then we have this nice, it's almost like a sun-bleached highlight on our construction yellow. Like they've been out in the area working, baking in the sun. And then same deal here. You just want to get that torso, tops of the arms, hit them shoulders, get some good angles on it. And I think this one's also going to get that power plant metalliced up, so we're not too worried about taking too much off them. And then we're going to hit those knees, pow pow, right across them. Let's unload the brush a little bit onto it, and there we go. So the idea is we have that highlight, but we still have this foundational yellow color, so we don't lose too much of that, like almost caterpillar branding on them. Okay, so we'll let those sit, let those cure. Let's toss you down here. Let's remake our tone here. And I think actually we can maybe take advantage of the thinness there and get this color a little bit closer to what we want. We want a deeper bluishness to it. So I'm going to try 6-to-1. 6 drops of the blue with a single drop of the what is this? Jade green. And we'll go 1 drop of water, 2 drop of water, 2 drop of water. Let's mix this up. This should be, yeah, I can see immediately. That is like, holy moly, that color is so overpowering. So 6-to-1 is probably the closer ratio for what we want. We want this nice darker tone. The Banson's Raiders art is a very blue turquoise. So with that, let's come back in and start coating all this again. Looks like there's a few little specks of stuff here. I think that's maybe just 3D print support material. So let's come in and just, yep, that's exactly what it was. Let's cut that off. And any holes in the paint job, we're not too worried about. because we're going to cover it over with weathering. There's a few little spots on the back too. Let's go ahead while we have the knife out and can see them. Cut those off before we get too far in. Ow. 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 A little bit right there. That is definitely the downside of 3D print models. ¿Qué es esto?
At Nathan15620 donated a $10 super chat. Nathan's paper tubes with all-weather PFAS coating. They last so long your grandchildren will think the cancer is genetic. Nathan's paper tubes are the best for farting into. Now available in hot dog orangutan.
She said into. Are the best for farting into. Yes, Nathan, thank you for the super generous donation. Holy shit, you paid a lot to get that many characters. But Nathan's paper tubes with all-weather PFAS coating, they last so long your grandchildren will think the cancer is genetic. Remember, PFAS gives you cancer. Nathan's paper tubes are the best for farting into, now available in hot dog orangutan. Not to be confused with orangutan hot dogs. And definitely, I can attest that Nathan's paper tubes are the best for farting into. The resonance is unparalleled. I cannot think of a better product for trumpeting my ass blaster. Let's see. Can we see? Am I out of focus here? It's a little bit, isn't it? We can maybe fix that. Where are we actually painting? We're painting about right here. There we go. I can zoom in on it too. We're just going to coat over all that turquoise that we laid down before. And you know, it may be a light coverage and it may be kind of wrong, but it's going to help this kind of weak color here do its action. A true Dunkin' Donuts two thin coats moment. It's the good stuff. I'm just going to come in and rub it down until it's all covered. Yes. All over you. You know, Mr. Nathan, I'm pretty sure that super chat may have just tipped me over to a payout in January. So thank you. Thank you very much. All right. I can see immediately that this color is still super weak. I'm wondering if the deep yellow or whatever this is, deep blue, yellow. Holy shit. Blue is not yellow. The deep blue may itself be a weak color. I guess I could always test that with non-thinned application to see how it goes down. But that's kind of what I'm thinking. Isn't blue like usually a pretty strong pigment? I thought it was. Could have swore I took this song out of the rotation. It's fine though. It is fine. All right. So just swift all over coverage. Nice rapid action with our 4-round from Princeton Select. Just want good coverage. Once we have a solid coat, we can start coming back in with our washes. washes and dry brushing. Get this looking nice and spiffy. It's gonna be one of those multi-coat days, you know what I mean? Just getting it all over the place. Let's do this and that and that. And Skippy.
Another Nate asked me, give me an ad read for Nathan's ribbed paper tubes, how they're the best for farting into, and how the corrugation intensifies the tone. But read it like a catgirl VTuber. Like, yeah. Welcome to Nathan's Ribbed Paper Tubes ad read meow. Are you looking for the perfect way to amplify your farting fun? Look no further, Nya. Our ribbed paper tubes are designed with special corrugation to intensify the tone of your farts, making each toot a magical sound experience. Nya! Perfect for pranks or just enjoying a laugh with Furians. So grab a tube and let your musical meows fly, perfectly ribbed for your enjoyment, Nya.
Yeah. 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 Oh my god. So, are you telling me that you can make anything red like a cat girl just by injecting random nyas in there? I think that's true. Isn't that how they achieved it in Outlaw Star? The titty lady was just like, yeah, every now and then. Yes, she had fur. You know what I mean. And if you don't know what I mean, you can look it up on the Country Fried OnlyFans. There you'll learn all about fur. There's the cutoff point for the blue here. I think maybe this spillover will correct and just keep it on the power plant here. Yeah. We'll run it to right there. Alright, and you guys never decided on pants or leggings, so I'm going with pants on the forestry mech. This is your fault. Was good, pretty much, yes. Yes, indeed. Alright, so same deal. We're just gonna hit this lad nice all over in bluening, and then we'll set him off to dry while we work on the construction boys. And I think the plan today is to work some long ass hours and get these fellers done. Nice happy boys, splendiferous in there in yellowing. I can't wait to get to the weathering on them, to tell you the truth. That is really what I'm looking forward to. And I think one of them is supposed to have like a colored shoulder pad. I'll have to double check the reference here in a moment. But for now, let's just get some color on this feller and darken him blaster up. Yeah. Blue's looking way better. This song is really reminiscent of the Harvest Village sound effect music track, whatever that game is called, where you become a homeowner. and some dog is like coming after you for your bills. Pretty sure the mare's like a Shih Tzu or something. What's that game called? It's that Nintendo game. I said pants. Oh. Well. There we go. Maybe I just wasn't paying attention enough. Alright. Blue. Blue, blue, blue. Blue, 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 blue. Okay. So while these dry, I do have one piece to pivot to buy us a little time. And that is the shipping container. Let's zoom this back out. That going. We have this little clipping container that goes on the back of this boy. And I want this red. Nice little heavy content. Animal cross-dressing, yes. Where cats dress as dogs and dogs dress as cows. Yes, yes, yes. I recall this. Thank you, Mr. Nate. You do the remembrancing after all. Alright, so let's get a nice red coat of Mephiston red on our container. At some point we're going to need to break this thing free and paint the underside as well. But it's not as important as top. I need more red. Do another little dollop there. Don't need much, just a little tiny container, you know. Okay. Let's hit it with that red. I suppose I could have done like the Blood Angels contrast. That might have actually been a little better for surface variation, but this is fine. This is it's a shipping container. And here we go with the whole. So trying to get this out of the container, I'm wasting as much as I'm getting out every time I dip. Paint pots are so 1975. Nobody does paint pots anymore. It's silly. I'm pretty sure even Privateer Press colors are in squeezy bottles now. Am I wrong? Are P3s still in pots? Is it just GW? There's that other brand, Cote d'Arms, but I think they're intentionally in pots because they're trying to mimic the old Games Workshop colors, the Citadel colors from yesteryear. Okay, little red container, nice pop of color. Let us return to our yellow lads, and we need some kind of really pale yellow. I'm thinking like we could maybe just take I think we could probably just mix a little bit of ivory into this. I started to say white, but the white has a cool tone to it, and I really don't want to push these into any type of bluing. So we're gonna use our ivory, which is like a off-white, almost eggshelly type color. We're going to take our toxic yellow. We'll do 2-to-1 ratio. 2 drops of that, single drop of the ivory, which should probably get Oni-labbed. Run that. Single drop. It's 1 droppy do. It's enough. Enough. And then single drop of water. Let's mix it up. Let's mix it up now. Get that all. Yes. Okay. So, I think our brush is still sharp enough for what we're going for here. So, y'all probably can't see a dang thing because the sensor being blowed out on yellow. But, we can make it work. We're just going to come in with some targeted highlights. Targeted highlights here and there, and hit those sharp edges. We're just going to accentuate what our dry brushing brought out. Hit those edges, the sharp points, anywhere that anywhere the light is really going to pick up. We want that. And, you know, zoom in, I don't think does much. The sensor's just so blowed out trying to pick up this yellow. But we just want a little bit of streaking of color here and there. Anywhere the panels meet in more or less a 90-degree angle. We want to catch those corners. Boom. You guys can see my fabulous sculpt job on that arm there, by the way. Very proud of that. It's it will be the launching point of more minis, more sculpting stuff. We don't need much here, just a little bit there, here and there. You see, we have this nice line of, you guys probably can't fucking see that. We have this nice visual interest line that runs across right here. We're going to intensify that on the banding on the head too. It's just a little pop of color to draw the eye. So, I'm going to repeat that on the second one. Though this guy has the round shoulders, so it ain't gonna be quite the same. Oh my god, these fucking ads. Bite my butt. Dude, we're gonna feed me 3 in a row. Holy shit. YouTube, suck it. You guys like this this ad-soaked watching experience? Isn't it fucking really cool? Really awesome. Really helps you to get in touch with your enjoyment of the content. To be interrupted every few minutes by ads. Super cool. I know that I'm gonna go rush out and buy that Christmas tree from Temu that they were just trying to force me to accept. And I'll tell you what, that unskippable Domino's ad right before it sure makes me want to go out and buy Domino's as my pizza choice tonight. And you know, I definitely would not suggest to anyone watching that Firefox, if you watch in Firefox, that AdBlock Plus may actually block ads from ever being served to you without YouTube being able to stop it. You know, I would never suggest that as an AdSense partner. I would never, ever suggest that you can use AdBlock Plus to prevent ads on YouTube. I would never suggest that. In fact, I would dare say that you should not install AdBlock Plus, and instead you should watch all the content and consume all the ads, and not use Firefox browser with AdBlock installed to block the ads on YouTube. Because I'm pretty sure that's a violation of terms of service, but I don't think there's much that they can do about it. So to just save them the headache of not being able to do anything about it, you should not use AdBlock Plus in Firefox to avoid seeing ads. Definitely don't. All right, nice little pop the white, or I guess it's not white. It's like a pastelish, like pastelish. This part where it goes, bam, 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 wing, you know. Okay. You know what? I bet if I zoom this out a little bit, I'd stop getting off the plot here. Okay, so we got our little whitish, yellowish highlights on those boys. How dry is our turquoise? It is still quite shiny. But I think it's mostly dry. Yeah, I'm confident to give it another push. So let's run back through it. We're just one more pass. We need nice solid coverage here, so we can then layer stuff on top of it. Let's get that all over. Make sure we don't have any areas of really poor coverage. It's okay if we have a little bit, because these are pirates after all, and they're going to be quite heavily weathered. But we do want that foundational tone to form a nice strong base for our colors. Plus, since the weathering is a little unpredictable, like it's you know, it's not complete coverage, we gotta have the kind of complete coverage underneath it. Even though a lot of this is going to be covered up, if we don't get complete coverage, then we run the risk of like really weak coverage peeking through our weathering later every now and then. So counterintuitively, we need a really solid, clean base layer. Even though we're going to be doing like some really messy stuff here in a while. It's fine. It's hunky-dory even. Don't this sound like some kind of Sega Genesis game soundtrack? Like some kind of undersea facility exploration? That's what I get. The dripping water really sells that. Had to blow that meniscus out of his hand there. Alright, so quick pass Let's get that solid coverage. And I think what we'll do is maybe move on to metallics on our yellow boys after this, while this dries, and then we can come back and start doing the dry brushing and perhaps an ink wash on these lads. I'm not really sure yet. We'll have to look at what the what results our dry brushing yields, and we'll do the same treatment. We'll hit it with the dry brush, we'll build up into a lighter tone, we'll accentuate the upper corners. This guy's looking really nice. And before we start that on the yellow boys, I'll go back in and re-reference what the client has asked for specifically, so that we're not straying too far from, well, the intention. After all, any commission work is a nebulous dance between artist and commissioner to render the intended end result as best as possible. Though, you know, I can't see your thoughts. You can see my thoughts, but that's okay. You're just getting penises all day long. Speaking of, we should draw a new one on the mat, I think. Alright. This nice coverage. This color solid. I also want to take a moment to point out that this sculptor did a fantastic job. This is the official model here on the right, the Ironwind Metals, and then this is the 3D print. I do not know the artist name. I found it by searching, and they did it in Sketchfab. So it was actually a pain in the ass to get working properly as an STL, but we did manage to get it to work. And they came out great. Very accurate to the art. Very accurate. Just search for forestry mech, Battletech STL or something like that. I can't remember if I found it through Yegi or just Google. Both are good. Yegi is usually the go-to to find STLs. I think STL Finder works kind of decently as well, but their search engine scouring does not seem to go quite as far as Yegi does. YEGGI. Alright, so that looks like decent and solid coverage to me. Step back here, so let's finish that off. End him rightly. Let's try to dig out that little extra bit of paint there. Another awful little meniscus of color. Okay. Alright, we got solid coverage there. I was gonna do something next. Is it metallics? No, we're gonna reference the reference. That's what we're gonna do first. Okay, so let's see. Let's pop in the old Fiverr tab and take a peek at our massages. It should take me to the message history. Can I not see the messages? I think we have communicated in the message history. Crosscut mod is Banson's Raiders. Yep. That paint scheme with a mix of Banson's Raiders. Okay, so we're doing tan plus turquoise. We're going to do a little bit of black on them as well. There was something about a shoulder pad in here. I need to shoot the client a message. Hopefully he gets back to me. Howdy. I just need to clarify if what mech is getting the vines painted on. Okay, there's some confusion. Are we to do the Donegal shoulder pad and the vines on crosscut? The claw. All right, this has been really confusing. And I really probably should have clarified before the stream. But I do know that we have one mech is supposed to get a shoulder pad painted. Dude, can we just... How do I make my keyboard go away? Big fan of what the WizKids MechWarrior Dark Age minis did, painting the shoulders the color to identify who they work for. So if you could paint the shoulders and give it some highlights in Donegal gray blue. So what is Donegal colors? What am I looking up? Donegal guards, I think they're called. Camo specs. Let's pop that open. Donegal guards. They are like a gray blue. Like a gray blue. Blue gray it says. I'm gonna stick with gray blue. No, it's blue gray. It's blue gray. It's gray with a tinge of blue. Thus the gray blue instead of blue gray. Okay, so I think to achieve that, we should probably reference what the MechWarrior Dark Age crosscut. Let's see the image. I want to see the OG. Oh, there's the 3D print, by the way. So I just searched for crosscut and it came right up. It looks like it's by something called Lugnut. How do I actually find what I searched for? I guess it's probably not called a crosscut in Dark Age. I bet it's just called Forestry Mech instead of its actual name. Yeah, here we go. So the original mini has its shoulders done up, and I think that's what we're going for. We'll do the shoulders in the Donegal gray. Man, those look so fucking god awful. It's fine though. Yeah, so we'll do the shoulders up in a gray now. We need like a blue gray. A blue gray. What's a good foundational blue gray color? I bet I have something up here. I know I got a few grays. We could do it's German camo, black, brown. I could mix a little blue into a gray. I have a green gray. That's not at all what we're after. It's black. That's black. I really need a way to store these vertically. Are we just gonna go with sea gray? We could maybe just put a little bit of flat blue into a gray tone, I think is the way. So let's start with a nice neutral gray. I have a London gray somewhere and I can't seem to find it. There's my German gray. We'll maybe use the German gray as the like foundational color. I can't imagine where my London gray is. Sometimes I have I end up with some paints by the computer, but this is missing. I doubt it's in the trash can this time because I put a barrier up. But yeah, we'll start with we'll start in with a German gray. We'll put a drop of flat blue in it to make it nice blue gray. And start putting in the shoulder pads. Let me double check that he only wanted one shoulder or two shoulders. Where's that at? Where? Painting the shoulders. Okay, so we're gonna start with German gray, and this definitely needs to be mixed up because it tends to separate out really bad. Put a little bit out. Probably don't need much. Maybe like that much is good. And then I want a little bit of blue in it. Now, do we want the... I think we want the flat blue in there. Just one little drop of blue in it. And then we'll highlight into our other colors. And then this German gray, I just don't understand. It does this weird thing where when you apply a certain amount of friction to it, it seems to separate into two different colors that never like fully reincorporate. There we go. Nice bit of blue. Let's get a drop of water in that to make it nice and thin. Maybe 2 drops of water. We got a little bit more in there? Yeah, we sure do. There we go. Get this lad going. Switch this back over to all messages. And let's get our boy shouldered up. This is a really dark gray. I'm not really seeing any of those blue tones in it, unfortunately. We gotta be really careful here too with our application. We really don't want to get this super dark gray onto our yellow. So we're going to exercise some tight brush control here in any area where we could potentially rub onto something that's supposed to stay yellow. I don't really care about the smokestacks so much. Those are going to be metallic. but there's some join points up underneath on the inside here. On the inside. Want to try and keep clean. He can't trust his pure reflection. What the fuck does that mean? What is an impure reflection? And why would you trust a reflection anyways? I don't understand. This guy is talking nonsense. Alright, let's get this cleaned up right there. Blue shoulders. And I think this guy's also supposed to have vines painted on it. So we'll get to that at some point. As soon as the client clarifies. If they don't get back to me today, then I'll do them off camera. But I think we can get, even if we don't have the instruction on that, we should be able to get through the majority of these boys. And I think if we don't finish today, we'll probably be back Friday with some more workings. Impure reflection, it's obviously an Instagram filter. Oh, yes. Yes. Perfect. Slapping those LUTs on it. But you know what? I bet you never thought that I don't use Instagram filters. I instead use OBS filters. Not on this camera though. Surprisingly enough. I suppose I could maybe like do the whole RGB light thing on my face. How do I turn this thing on? There we go. But I don't think it actually lights me. This shit drowns it out. I can turn it over here though, maybe. Get a little extra light on it. It's honestly kind of blinding. I'm gonna turn it off. I use mostly coffee filters. I used a coffee filter today, if you can believe it. You're never gonna believe what I did with it. I made coffee. But I bet you never thought. She's right though, of course. I did never thought, because head empty. It's the way. Okay, so we got this really dark, kind of wrong German gray foundational tone. I really need to just bite the bullet and buy a new bottle, because this shit is like, it's almost like it's got just straight like carbon micro nanoparticles in it, because it's really inconsistently dark, and it's really fucking dark at times. Maybe it was just a bad batch. I'm gonna go all the way around this connection point where the glue is kind of showing, and cover over that glue seam with our really dark gray. I'm trying to angle this so y'all can see and I can work. Just want a nice solid coverage of our too dark German gray plus a tiny bit of blue that no impact on the color tone whatsoever. And we're gonna start in with our neutral gray. My mouth just tried to say neutral gray. And I don't know why R's and L's have become a tongue twister for me. Is it the influence of living in San Francisco? No thoughts, only pop. Yeah, dude. Hope the guy says, howdy, I'm working late still, unfortunately. Welcome. We're gonna be going hella late tonight. I just shot you a message to clarify about the shoulder pads plus vines. So we're getting into that now. We've got our pirates starting to get their turquoise. They're about to get we're about to start highlighting the turquoise once we still have some wet spots. So that's, once that dries out, we'll highlight that up, and then we'll start in with the tan and the black. And then our construction mechs are the camera just blows out this color, so you guys can't really see, but we've worked into like the pastelish dry brushing, and then we've got the bright white, well, not white, but like off-white highlights across the chest and shoulders. We're about to head into the metallics right after we get the shoulder pads looking like a proper blue-gray. Gluteal nay is the opposite the willy winny. Something wrong with you, Mr. Nate. Something wrong with you. Alright, so let's pop in some neutral gray. And I think we might even just go like a 50-50. 50-50 neutral gray, flat blue, because the flat blue is going to bring it down a little bit. And then we want maybe just one drop of water this time. Don't want it too thin. That is a little bit too blue and a little bit too light. So I think what we'll do is we'll scoop up a brush load of our previous tone and start mixing that in. We want to be really careful with this over dark German gray, because it does seem to overpower the color very quickly, but we'll just get enough to bring it down into a step up, not to be confused with step up 2 electric boogaloo. All right, one more scoop there. And we'll just mix it till it looks about right. We can see it's coming down really quickly into a dark tone. One more. I think that's probably about all we need. Nah, maybe one more. We probably could have got away with a whole drop, to be honest. There we go. Something wrong with anyone who laughed at that? Something wrong with me then. Because I went with that. Alright, so we're going to go back in over our gray and just basically completely coat all of this, or get our nice Donegal gray going on. I think we can maybe just cover over all of that foundational dark gray, to be honest. We're just going to use it as like the underpainting, if you will. Because that looks really nice. That is definitely, we have achieved what I would consider a nice blue-gray. And so here we're going to leave a little bit of the dark in the crevices. We're going to do a little bit of forced shadow right here as well. A little bit of darkness right up against that smokestack, because the smokestack is going to go metallic. Alright. Now, Not really so sure what to do with the inside of this here. So I think what we're gonna do, since it's solid on this mech, I think we're gonna start a highlight from the bottom and bring it up. And then we're actually gonna wet blend a little bit of that original tone right here. And then leave a very fine line of the darkest version of our German gray. We're gonna bring up our new like Donegal base tone right there and create a little bit of a gradient here. Just jabbing at it, removing some paint from the brush. We're stippling into it. We can come back with our original German gray color and start to stipple that down. Just get nice and blended in. Till we have a bit of a gradient going on. So basically, I want some shadow up at the top. It's kind of hard to tell here. We got the shadow up at the top coming down into our new mid-tone. There we go. So we got a little bit of a highlight there, but this is still dark, so it's creating the illusion of a sunken in area without it actually being sculpted that way. Wasn't Step Up one of those stupid dance troupe movies? Yes. I never watched any of those. Not a fan. But you know what? I kind of think that the whole Step Up dance troupe phenomenon directly led to the TikTok thing. Like I know TikTok has become so much more than what it was originally, but in my mind, it will always be millennial moms dancing in front of the camera. That's all it ever was to me. And I always thought that was so silly. But you beat it up. That's the content that the world wants, I suppose. Dancing in front of a camera and lip syncing to music. You know, it's funny to me though, because that's just what a drag show is, y'all. And you know, if you ain't seen a good drag show, I fucking recommend it. You should find you a nice one. What's that bar in Tennessee? There's like a pretty well-known one that do the big drag shows. Alan Gold's, are they still around? Millennial MILF Mayhem. Wait a second. What makes it mayhem? Is it the burping, or like the wild carefree application of paint? So I think the mayhem is explicitly something to do with paint techniques. You have to ask Lena. Alright, so getting our nice Donegal gray foundation laid down, and we'll slowly mix more of our, what color was that? We used neutral gray? Yeah. Mix more of that neutral gray in, start developing our highlight tones. But before we get there, I want to get our little wet blend going on. So once again, maybe I can zoom in on this. Let's get way in so y'all can fucking actually see what I'm doing. Okay, so we're gonna apply our color here. We're gonna unload the brush partially. We're gonna grab our dark tone, and we're gonna slap that dark tone towards the top, and we're gonna bring them down till they meet. Pow, 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 pow. And we're just gonna start mixing them together. I like to use kind of a light tappy motion here. And it looks like our dark tone is overpowering the light, so we're going to grab a little bit more of our light tone. We're going to put it at the bottom. And we want to keep our brush fairly unloaded. So as we work into the light colors, or as we work the two colors together, it's going to fill up our brush. So every now and then we're going to come over to our thumb and unload it just a bit to keep that tip a little bit more dry than you would in normal paint application. And we're just going to go back and forth until we have a nice gradient, and then we'll come back with one final application of our Donegal gray, and we'll apply it full strength at the bottom and unload the brush a little bit, moisten the tip, and we're going to feather it into our previous color. Bow, 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 bow. Nice little stipply job. And we end up with this gradation. We'll probably do one pass of highlight on the bottom, but not much. We don't want to take it into the same territory as the rest of the highlight work. The dancing, ah yes. In Knoxville, there's a burlesque hall that does drag events. Is that not? I've got to look it up now. I'm pretty sure it was Knoxville. No, it's not Knoxville. I'm thinking of it's Chattanooga. But if you're ever in Tennessee, southern middle Tennessee, and want to feast your eyes on a high quality drag show in a cozy spot, check out Alan Gold's Chattanooga. Good stuff, good times, good drinks. I don't drink anymore, but always had a blast. Okay, so we're going to take our neutral gray and we're going to bring our Donegal gray up again, one more tonal step. I think about that much is good. And we want to keep this nice and wet, so we're going to put a drop of water directly on top of that gray. We're going to start working the side here. I don't want to just pull all of this color into it. I just want to mix it until we have a nice step up. I guess this will be step up 3, Return of the Jedi. And push it real good until we have a nice change in tone. So we've kept a little bit of that Donegal gray, and we've got a nice middle tone here, and then we even have a final top highlight as well. So that paint tastes really bad. Far worse than normal Vallejo. So we're going to grab from the paint that's closest to the dark tone, and we're going to start layering it on those edges. Always starting with the spots we know is going to be the brightest point, and then pulling it down. Don't want to inadvertently apply really bright spots on areas that are meant to be darker. And we're going to mix in a little bit of moistened unloaded tip, and we're going to feather that highlight into our area of color. And then here on the top, let's get in on that. Here on the top, we're gonna pull in from the tip right here. We're gonna pull it down like that. And then we unload a little bit and moisten the tip. We're gonna stipple feather that tone in, kind of favoring the edges. All right, and then we can come back in with a second pass at the tippy tip right here. Really darken that, or brighten that up, intensify the color, I guess is what I was getting at. And then we're gonna come down those edges like so, with the side of the brush. Boom, like that as well. Another pass at the tip, really reinforce that color, because we're gonna do another layer. And then stipple tap, unload the brush a bit, and then stipple tap that down. You get that nice, like, kind of mottled effect on the color. And then here we're gonna trace the edge. Trace the edge and then whip that color into it with more of an emphasis towards the top. And then again, we're gonna unload the brush largely and moisten the tip, and we're gonna stipple feather that into our previous tone. About. And we come back in with a nice sideways sweep on those sharp edges. And now on this face, we want the whole top painted the color, and we're gonna pull it down a little bit, but we're gonna leave the very bottom untouched. And same deal here. Well, I guess opposite deal. We're gonna hit right at the very bottom right there, just a little bit. Again, unload the brush, moisten the tip, stipple tap that color up into the other. There we go. Cucumber edging. Iron Elemental says, good evening, folks. What's up, duder? Hope you're doing well, Mr. Mental. Hold on, let's do this. What are we doing here? We're doing this. I think this is what we're doing here. Yeah. And then I do this. Do that. Hit this button. Is this gonna work? Yeah, I think it's gonna work. Here, we're gonna do this one. Right? Is this... Holy shit, why are you not... Oh yeah, convinced is not an AI speaking, yes. Yep. Oh my god. Here we go. To...
What?
Timberwolf?
No, man. That's clan tag. That's just cheating. I don't want to lose my friends, man.
Here. But do it in... Yep, there we go. Boom. Hopefully that goes through. Sometimes it takes 1,000,001 years to do it. How do you edge a cucumber? They're round. I'm so lost, Mr. Nathan. Yes. Same deal. We're gonna trace these edges.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, jeez. Do the same deal here. We're gonna try to stay in focus or in frame. And we're gonna stipply do, stipple feather, bring that tone into our other tone. Ow, 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 ow. Work them edges, get them good and edged up right. We're gonna do that same thing up here that we did before. So we're gonna come down from the top, right there. unload the brush and moisten it. I do not recommend licking your brush. It's a long habit that I've had that does the job. In fact, a habit that was reinforced by my time at the tattoo shop by doing spit shade paintings. Just don't lick your brush. Holy shit, that is still in the queue. Alright, and then we're gonna do the same thing on the back end here. We're gonna do the whole trace the rim. Trace the rim. Pull our highlight down here. Largely unload the brush and stipple feather it into the darker gray. I cannot believe how long that thing is taking. How are you still in the queue?
Country Fried
There it
Minis
goes.
asked me, welcome Mr. Iron Elemental to the stream and tell him about cats and cucumbers, but do it in Dutch. Welkom meneer IJzer Elemental in de stream met jou. Wist je dat katten soms bang zijn voor komkommers? Het is een vreemd fenomeen, maar schijnbaar schrikken katten als ze plotseling een komkommer achter zich zien. Het lijkt een beetje op hoe de Nathan Collective zich voelt als er een nieuwe doos vol minis arriveert, helemaal onverwacht. Veel plezier in de stream, miauw.
Did he say something about Nathan Collective? Did I catch that correctly? Hold on. I need to zoom in on this. I can't zoom in on it. Yeah. Après de Nathan Collective Psych Vote. Alls are a new something. He said something about a Nathan Collective. He sure did. Alright, so now we're going to take our brighter tone from the edge, which should be closer to just straight neutral gray. And we're going to scratch those edges. Scratch them edges of the Donegal gray. Scratching edges. Edging our scratches. Boom. Bring it down the top as well. Same here. Bam. Boom. A little bit right there. Not much, just a bit. Same here. A little bit right there, but not much. I think we may actually need to just put some neutral gray out. Yeah, we'll hit it one more time. One more time with this. In fact, this could probably stand to have touch extra right here at the very tip if we're going to do one more layer of highlight. Zippy do, zippy don't, you know? Alright, there we go. Woo, the slots. And man, am I good at Dutch. That's funny. Yeah, I heard a Nathan Collective. Who did say something about a Nathan Collective? He sure did. Alright. I want just a little bit of our neutral gray as our final highlight, and it's going to pull all the blue out of it. And we're going to use the side of the brush, and we're going to trace that sharp edge. Right there, pal. Same here. Right across that. And then kind of angle it more towards the flat here. Here we go. Same on this other side. Come in with the side of the brush kind of angled down towards the rest here. So we basically want any overspill to hit along that that top edge. And then I think that's got us a nice Donegal gray on the shoulder pads. They are
They're bluer than the camera is picking up. I'll have to send some reference shots to the client. I see zeros being added to your slots, sir. I see the zeros. Here, what if I do gamble all? Boom. I don't think it'll let me do it. There is a limit. There is a limit, and I think I have more than the upper limit. Okay, so from here, I think we need to start applying some metallics. You know what? No. Let's get our turquoise going, because these are nice and dry now. And we can come at these boys with a little bit of a nice highlight or a dry brush. So I think we're gonna need this refreshed. That wet palette is a little underhydrated. It must be kind of dry today. Downtown. Let's get that excess moisture off. Let's rebuild our color, which was 6:1 deep blue. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 drops to 1. I'm gonna toss in our jade green. How? How much water? I don't think we need too much water. Let's put a drop in it. And get that mixed up. Zippy do, zippy don't. That color's about right. Oh fuck, I just ripped that parchment paper. That is just touching the paper towel underneath. Isn't all? What was the big oof? Oh yeah, the all is like it'll only take the maximum number. The problem is the Cloudbot currency economy was never meant to be as high as we've taken it. Like, not even fucking close. Max you can slot is 100k. Yeah, I tried to make it higher, but you literally can't. It won't let you. It was never meant to be this high. Alright, so we're going to put 2 drops of our lighter turquoise in this color. And actually, I think that is... Well, I started to say that's not going to do it, but it does look like it got us a nice brighter tone. I guess because it's ink, it's sunk down in the paint. Okay, so we need to clean our dry brushing brush with acetone and get all that yellow out of it. So give it a good swizzle and a swirl around in our solvent. It even looks like there might be a little bit of gray still trapped in it. So let's pour that out. Let's get a little more acetone. Let's do a second wash. I know I keep saying it, but if you don't have acetone at your paint station, you're really missing out. You need to get it. Get you a bottle of acetone in your paint station. You'll be glad for it. Whether you're talking spills, cleanups, undeep frying synthetic brushes, cleaning up boo-boos on mechs, on metal models, I mean. You'll be glad for it. I buy the, what is this brand? Super Nail, I think? Yeah, Super Nail acetone, 16-ounce bottle. This is like the 4th one of these I've gone through. It smells like acetone in here. Okay, so let's
Let's get our turquoisey color. We're going to unload that brush. Brush is still a little too moist at the moment, so let's pull a little moisture out with paper towel and reapply. Get our nice. I'm going to unload this color till we start to get a very thin amount, and we're going to come in and we're just going to start pow, 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 rubbing our boy down. And I definitely don't see much happening here, so we need to brighten this quite a bit. But we'll do one pass real quick. And we're doing this now before we get into the tan, because this would absolutely be polluting everything. It's really weak coverage, but it's really strong pigmentation. That is fucking indistinguishable. All right, so given that we're not really seeing anything happen, let's see what just a little bit of the turquoise ink looks like. And I don't think it's actually, I don't know if it's gonna work. We may be a little SOL with our ink here. Like I kind of need this color in a paint. You know what? We could maybe pull down the matte medium. I think that's our recourse here. Let's remove you for a minute. Let's get this'll work. Let's get a little matte medium down. And then we'll tint the matte medium with our ink. That's the way. What up, Poontangers? Yes. What was the movie? That was from The Breakfast Club. Yes, the Poontangers. Sassy Ann's was the name of the place. Ah, yes. Acetone is nice for sipping tune, especially with some paint residue flavors. I like red flavor. The red flavor is the blood. Also, since BR doesn't technically exist anymore, go all out with the pirate livery as much as you think is appropriate. Oh, fuck yeah. Yeah, it's going to be really fun. It's going to be a really good moment to flex a little bit of freehand stuff. Did you... All right, let's see if we can't get a more stable... Yeah, that's perfect. A little bit of matte medium with that. Holy moly, we have instant turquoise paint. That's basically GW's Hawk turquoise there. That's awesome. What is BR? Banson's Raiders. Banson's Raiders. It's kind of the inspiration of this color scheme on the Pirates. Not actually them, but definitely inspired by. All right, let's come in with our lighter tone. That is... Now see, that is leaving some paint. There we go. Shit, we may even get into our other color, the other ink, the Amsterdam green turquoise, because this is not super bright. I guess we could probably keep it more blue turquoise with a slight application of white to it too, which is maybe what we should do. Same deal that we did with the construction mechs, just like 2 layers of the dry brushing to get the edges, and then we'll highlight the tippy tips manually. Yeah, that's already giving a wealth of depth to this color. I don't know if you can get, you guys probably can't see a difference side by side. As always, the camera sensor cannot truly capture reality.
Ah, rip. Yes. A swizzle is a stick, the action of stirring, and the drink that results from its employment.
You want a swizzle? You want a swizzle of my sippy sip? Could you guzzle a swizzle? Then, Mr. Nate, is that valid? So we're having some weird like adhesion lifting on some of these edges. I wonder what's going on with that. I think we're gonna have to manually fix that up. It might be that we've included this ink in our paint mix and it did something to reduce the chemical bonding properties. I don't know. We may have to manually fix some of that. You see, like across the top of that knee, we had some paint lift off. Don't really know what's doing that. It might be this really old jade green too, because it was performing a little bit like a contrast paint. Or like a speed paint. And I've seen speed paints lift off edges like that. Okay. But let's get a little depth in our turquoise here. Pow, 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 pow. There we go. Let's make it brighter. We're going to do a second pass. And I think in this case we will use the white to do this because it's got that like kind of bluish undertone to it. You can, in fact, guzzle a swizzle. Oh, yes. Hey, Cam, I saw some dude on YouTube painting almost totally with a makeup sponge. For people like me without airbrush, it looks like an interesting method. Have you ever tried it? I actually bought some makeup sponges to employ very soon. I got a whole thing of them. What's the guy's name? Zumitko Miniatures, Zumikito or Zumitko, I don't know. It's the Z, there's a T and a K in it. He did a video on it recently. I'm going to be employing the makeup sponges. Shit, should I just do that for the fucking Christmas video? But, yeah, I think I may just do that. Thank you, Nightbot. Nightbot is popping at us. Okay, so we mix a little bit of white into our turquoise. We got a nice bright next layer, and we're going to do the same deal that we did with our other bots. We're going to try to concentrate this on the shoulders and the CT and the head, maybe across the tops of the arms, but less. Basically, we want any of this underside to still just have that last color as the primary push of our turquoise. We don't want to take this too far. We want that variation, and anytime we're applying the lighter tone, we're trying to draw the eye back to the CT, back to the focal point. Mechs, just like on display minis, or just like on any humanoid, I should say, the focal point is right here. So we want more effort towards the CT. Where is focus really that high up? Shit fire. We want that focus here. That looks good. We're gonna do one more drop of white. Where's it at? There it is. Who's the painted Topher? Never heard of him. But yeah, I've got some. I picked up a whole box of them. So I will be using some makeup sponges soon. I did some sponging on Big Hunchback, so you could see some of the approach there, and I think yes, the sponging will be. It's kind of the middle ground between airbrushing and dry brushing. All right, so
I don't think we need the texture palette anymore. Instead, we need the wet palette. And we're going to come in with our bright tone. And we're going to edge a few targeted spots just to create visual interest, to enhance edges, to boost spots that need it. Yeah. A little bit right here maybe. It's a nice sharp edge. And then maybe a little bit up here, right there, on the back of that. Not much. Less is more here. Less is absolutely more here. This is like the, if you ever look at GW edge highlighting, there's always like a little bit of extra on the sharp corners. And that's what we're doing. Put a little bit right there, just the tiniest bit, pow. A little bit right there, a little bit right there. Not much. Here and there, little tappy doos. Pow. Across the top of that. And honestly, I think we're just going to ignore the legs entirely with this color. And that'll create a little bit of visual distinction between the lower half of the mech and the intended focal point. Let me pull a little bit onto the power plant. Maybe a little right there, but not much. Boom. See that little pop of bright? Where's our focal point? Little pop of bright right here is going to help pull the eyes up from down here. Though I did say we're going to skip the legs. However, that knee edge lost some paint, so we're actually going to zip. We're going to put a little bit right there. It makes sense, a little bit of spillover light coming down there, but we're pulling our eyes up to the top, up towards the danger zone, which is the rockets. Topher, how am I number one? I'm top 5 Bamhammer prospects. We can't ban you. We can't ban you. We can hammer you, though. Where is my hammer? It's over there. Ban hammer. What are you talking about, a ban hammer? Hammer ban? Hold on, let's do something with, let's get some hammer in today. Let's glue this head back on first. Right? This is my little moodingus. Yeah. And then we got Grandpa's hammer. Let me pick up my toys. There we go. It looks like chat must have been reset. Yeah, it's possible. Something has happened. My camera is very unstable now. That was for you, Mr. Nathan. Just for you. Holy shit, it shuffled everything on my desk. Oh, yay, ads. Oh, that's an unskippable ad. Yes. There we go. Perfect. Okay. Let's try to recover our focus here. Where are we actually focused at? Where's our focal depth? Right there is fine. Did this get shifted too? No, it's fine. This one's maybe a little shifted. Just a bit. This still seems okay. Yes. Where is this guy? There we go. The fuck is sticky over here? Oh my god, hilarious. So the head off that moodingus went flying and it got super glue all over my mouse. All the blue got shifted to the side? Where? That mech got a bad shift? What are you talking about, a bad shift? I don't know what you're talking about. This one got a ding. We got a... Wait, what is that? What's going on there? Where did that white come from? It's like white dust on this mech now. Okay. I don't know what you're talking about. What got shifted? All the blue... Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. You gotta excuse me from time to time, Mr. Mental. I'm kind of dumb. Okay. Where the hell were we? What am I even doing? We're done with the turquoise, so we need to build up a tan color now. So we need to pick a good tan. The official color for Banson's Raiders is a beige. And I think I have a beige. Gotcha. I went back, it was a 5 out of 10 smash. Yeah, so I can't really get the good leverage here because this new camera is very much in the way. I'll have to think about that for the future. That is heavy brown. I know I have a beige type color. I've got khaki, I've got khaki gray. I've got tan earth. No, tan earth is not going to do it. Flat brown, yellow ochre, and you know what? I've got beige brown. I think beige brown may be our starting point. What is this one? Pale brown, pale red, flat earth. I think we're going to start with beige brown as our base tone, and then we can do the same dry brushing approach. So this time we're going to have to be very selective about our dry brushing approach, so we'll need a smaller brush once we get there. What's up with the picture now? It's all wonky and grainy. You're all wonky and grainy. I don't think it's all wonky and grainy. I have it right here full screen. It is not wonky and grainy, sir. You're mistaken. Let me pull this out. Uh-oh. Did it freeze? No. Okay, it's working. Did this get shifted? I can't tell. Things seem like they maybe got fucked up a little bit. Just a little bit. That's fine. This is fine. Everything's fine. We're fine. We're just fine. Hunky dory. The audio's a bit crackly. I don't think that's true. Basic skin? No. I think we want beige, brown. That's our foundational tone at least. Oop. This needs a good bacon. I keep knocking my super glue over. We got 3 angles of this fucking pink mound penetration. How you feel about that? Does it stir something in your semi-formal skin tone? Some khaki will do your... I got some khaki here. I got this. I think we're gonna do this beige brown into the khaki gray into buff. I think is our triad right here. So let's pull out our beige brown. Yeah. Oh, okay. So you guys aren't too far off. The brown beige is almost like a skin tonishness. It's got like a pale desaturatedness to it. Maybe some hintings of yellows and greens in it. I think Nathan is lighting his gas too hard. Is it too hard or too hard? Either way, I'm about to fill my coffee. I got my confined spaces permit for farting. Oh my god, do they actually give permits out for that now? I don't think I'm okay with this. What happened here? Okay, something strange happened when I hit that with a hammer. And it like exploded powder all over these mechs. Let me get, where's my fan brush? It like exploded a something powderized. So I left that Mooding in LA's Totally Awesome for like a month. And it was like all crackly. But it like, this is so bizarre. It exploded some kind of powder all over these mechs. I just don't understand how that's even possible. Like, why would that have powderized? It's got like, it's almost reduced to the consistency of like a baking soda. Bizarre. Bizarre. It was your mountain of cocaine. Cocaine. Yeah, probably. I don't do it anymore, so it's just been fucking stockpiling, like building up. You know what I'm saying? Like, way too much anymore. Okay, I'm gonna fill my coffee. We're gonna come back. We're gonna hit the tan sections of these mechs. We're gonna keep rolling. I'm here all day. Cocaina. Yeah, cocaina. Yes, that is correct. Like I said, I don't do it anymore. It's been years. Probably 10 years since I touched that garbage. You know,
But you do work out.
I do work out.
Give me 10.
I don't actually. I'm gonna hit the BRB screen. I'm gonna fill my coffee. I'm gonna do your push-ups. And I'm gonna be right back.
Bye, everyone. She can go on forever.
Hold on. Buttlogs.org. Push-up time. Drop to the ground and give you push-ups. We're gonna do fucking push-ups. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Blah. Been the first in a long while.
Another Nate asked me, give me an ad read for Nathan's ribbed paper tubes, how they're the best for farting into, and how the corrugation intensifies the tone, but read it like a catgirl VTuber. Yeah. Welcome to Nathan's Ribbed Paper Tubes ad read meow. Are you looking for the perfect way to amplify your farting fun? Look no further, nya. Our ribbed paper tubes are designed with special corrugation to intensify the tone of your farts, making each tube a magical sound experience. Yeah. Perfect for pranks or just enjoying a laugh with Furians. So grab a tube and let your musical meows fly, perfectly ribbed for your enjoyment, yeah.
Yeah. Perfectly ribbed for your enjoyment, yeah. Holy shit, dude. Those push-ups freed my hair from my hair tie. I think I've killed the elasticity on this one. Catenate makes me perspirate.
New window. Pop this thing back up. Are we in kind of focus there? It looks like it. I do need to clean the tip of this brush though. I'd rather not pollute the brown with the blue. Zippy zap. Zip 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 zip. It's the alien cat sound. When you try to fake laugh but start laughing midway, yes. Nuh-uh. You can't just do that. I think that's illegal. Oh fuck, you have a permit for it now. Damn it. Dude, I'm picturing you like, you run into like elevators as the doors are closing and rip a huge fart, and people look at you like, what the fuck? And you're like, it's okay, I have a permit. Alright, so let's start putting down our beige brown. Same deal as before. We're just going to hit this with a nice solid coverage. Though we do need to be careful in our application, just like when we were putting the gray onto the yellow. We have a few spots where we have color junctions, so I'm going to be especially careful. Now, I think we'll come back in and do a little bit of black here and there. Maybe like stray panels. Though, unfortunately, the kind of design language of these MechWarrior Dark Age mechs is not one that has a bunch of loose surface greeble panels. So it's kind of hard to pick sections that'll be standoff colors, if that makes any sense. But what we do want is nice 2-coat coverage of our beige brown, and then we'll pick a nice small brush and we'll do that same approach. We'll dry brush into 2 tones and then come back in with a final highlight, and then these are all going to be indeepenified by our later use of the AK Interactive Rust streaking effects. How far in are we? We're almost 3 hours in, man. Time flies when you're having fun. We're gonna go today, though. Gotta get some serious headway on those. I have really wasted a lot of my time on this commission, working on a whole bunch of other stuff behind the scenes. Big projects, small projects, money-making projects, social projects, farting projects, shorts. No long form yet. We'll get there though. You pull out your farting permit, all notarized and official, and proceed to shit your pants. You don't have a permit for shitting so you east off the elevator and call the agency. Just marinating in butt juice and fart cheese. Wait, so did you got on the elevator and you like let the doors close and then you whip out the fucking the permit and you fucking squirt a juicy one right in your drawers? Holy shit, dude. No, it's elevator shit. Amazing. I hate this. I hate this scenario. And like everyone's mad at you and you're just sitting there with a shit-eating grin on your face while the agency comes to unlock you all from the e-stop. I hate what we've done here. The collective machinations of this community are fucking heinous. Absolutely heinous. Sometimes anus. Oop, I see another little tippy tip of support material that needs to get removed right there.
There's some up on this arm too. Let's get up there while we have the tool out. Let's just scrape those clean. Pop a little bit inside of there. Dude, it's the worst part about these 3D prints. I think all in all, the support scars aren't usually as bad as mold lines, but it's really easy to miss some and have them there in the final product. Just more things to be cognizant of. Who's this we're listening to? ELFL? Yeah, I like ELFL. They're good stuff. Taking toilet humor to new heights, elevating ass puns. The frack that I pop in on? Oh yeah, we're discussing permitted pooting in public spaces. Confined spaces fart permits. Yes. Oh, and it just hit me, the new heights, yes. Yes, I'm on board. I hate it, but I am on board. Alright, let's get our tan down. Nice little bit of tan on that there boy. Get him looking all beige. Is the canopy support beige? I think so. Canopy support will also be beige. Yeah, it makes sense. Because the cutoff is the titty. That's not to say you cut your titties off, but the color cuts off at the titty. My Saturday pickup game character got her titty cut off by a clipboard, if you can imagine. Don't need to do a permit for that. It's free speech. Just talking from another house. Someone is fucking knocking on my door. I will be right back. Who am I? Am I Cameron or you You're Cameron. Lifting the cheeks of farting edge silly. Sure, but Nathan is claiming to be a professional ass blesser. That implies licensing. Oh yeah, the professional. I don't know if it implies licensing so much as implying getting paid for it. Of course, that gets us into the whole conversation of like, whether or not businesses have the right to restrict your ass speech, and I think they do until a government agency steps in. But then that also calls into question the whole the permitting. Like, so I think a permit for ass blasting in confined spaces may suggest that there is like legal clauses tied to the ass trumpeting, and then you can see in Nathan versus the state of Pennsylvania 2026, it was established that the state's issuance of confined space farting permits was actually unconstitutional because they have no right to legally constrain you. However, it did set the precedence that buildings can choose to eject you and censor your farts in their private businesses, which led to a whole new branch of flat packback brand butt plugs to contain all your farts when in public spaces. So get your packback brand butt plugs for all your fart stifling needs by the same people who brought you the flat back fanny pack by Pack Bag backpacks. The same company that brought you the sauna sausage sheath for all your steamy sausage cooking, for getting your sausages rocks off while on the hot rocks. God damn, I tell you what, Pack Bag brand backpacks is quite hard to get out of your fucking mouth. Permits for blasting. It's so good. All right. So, yes. So anyhow, my neighbor came by. He's having troubles with his like cable box situation. So at the end of the stream, I'm gonna help him again. It's been a nightmare, and I feel for the guy because not to put his business out there, but he suffers from tinnitus. So like just to have the noise of the TV is huge, and I know he's really suffering whenever the shit goes down. And I absolutely don't mind helping out. Y'all who hang out in the voice chat know I've helped him out a few times. Yeah, there were some issues with the box, and I think he replaced the cable box with a new one, so we got to get it set up. Probably won't take but like 15 minutes, but I'm gonna get through this stream first and not lose my flow state. Is it a flow state or is it a fart state? But not state farts, because the state stifling the farts is a violation of freedom of speech. Back blast, butt bung, silicone silencing schlong. Wait a second. I think you may be skirting some like sex toy laws by having it schlong shaped. It's gotta be more pluggish, you know? Could we call it a dampening dong? Back blast butt bung. Dampening dong? I hate this. I hate what you've created here. It's perfect. It'll be on the market next quarter. We can do a whole ad about it, and I can wave a dildo at the camera. All right. Let's get a little bit of paint on the back of that knee cap. All right. Well, we had enough of a break that, like, some of that initial coat is already dry, and we're already filling in the coverage. I don't think this has to be perfect coverage though, because we're gonna hit it with the dry brush. Well, you know what? It does actually, because I'm not gonna overbrush it. Oh, we got a little bit of a paint bubble there. I need to smooth that out. Let's scrape that off. There we go. Pow. There we go. There we go. Looking tasty. Delicioso. Okay. We'll let this boy cure, and we'll do a second pass. And in the meantime, let's paint the brown pants on our crosscut mod. Okay, so let me get back to, how do I see my preview scale? There we go. Where's our focal point? This thing really ain't focused like at all, is it? It's about there. What if we zoom in on it? Can we see our focus? Yeah. Okay. Let's get these pants going on. See, he disarms you with his work attire, right? Like, you can't really take him so serious because of the pants thing, and then he closes up close and hits you with a fucking chainsaw and a LBX autocannon. Alright, we just want quick coverage since we're doing the two-coat approach. We just want paint on the model. We'll worry about coverage later, and we can also come back in, and when we start doing the metallics, we can do touch-ups. All right. Paint bubbles are still full of gas. Oh, they are. They are indeed. Wait, are you saying I need a permit for those too? Don't you come in here with your back blast tyranny. You can't regulate my bodily functions. Unless I'm in a confined space with other people in a business, but because I'm in the privacy of my own home, I can rip as many fucking Nathan's PFAS powered paper tube farts as I want until the place smells so bad that no one could stand to be in here but myself. I am really impressed with this 3D sculpt. Dude, it's like, it's so dead on to the, like, the proportions are a little bit different, but it is so dead on to the official model. All right, let's keep rolling. Let's keep covering, trying to avoid getting bubbles in the paint, but we just want coverage. I'm actually shocked that this brown is not super well covering. I usually find that the brown paints are pretty good about it. I would assume that like the yellow tones in this are maybe preventing full opacity, since opaque yellow is kind of a myth when it comes to pigments. And I think by the time we get this leg covered, that other one should be dry enough for a second coat, and we can come back and just juggle the two boys, one in either hand. Not a race. You also don't have a professional anus. Oh, that's a good point. So, butt gas regulation happens when it's under the supervision of, is it only state agencies? When would they have pro anus? Yeah, pro anus. Pranus even. Meow, 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 meow. Okay, hold on. Let's sort this out. Let's sort this out. We'll sort this out real quick. How do I go back to this? Okay. Do I really have no internet right now? Am I dead? Is stream still live? Yeah, it's gotta be. Okay. Explain to no. Explain to us when the state has the right to regulate the how would we word this? The legality of farting into confined spaces. Is it only when your pro anus work is state funded, or is there a what do we say, like overreaching public interest? There we go. Let's run that. Let's see what the AI thinks. You're already dead. The hammer's late. Yes. Stream still live? Yeah, my phone was telling me I had no internet connection for a second. Sit here and wait on it to fucking queue up for 1,000,000 years. I should have told it to do it in Chinese too. Just in case y'all don't recall, AI Cameron speaks perfect Mandarin and Dutch. Although, no, probably not perfect Dutch, because I think the Dutch would still be like, I don't understand. It's long been a point of discussion. I just remember that it's going to shine like a Hondenlull into Manashine. Into Manashine. Yes. Oh man, I can't get this paintbrush up in there. Up in there. Alright, so first shitty coverage done. Let's go back to our other Raider model. Let's hit it with some brown. Take it to Brown Town. And again, I think we just want like all over coverage, and we're gonna trust the paint to tighten up as it cures and not obscure any detail. Not that there's any real detail to obscure. This Raider is very basic. Very, very basic. It's bad for like wash and dry brush application, but it will be really good for the weathering. Like super good for the weathering. I can't believe that's still in the queue. Nah, you're totally dead. I promise. Can't see or hear anything. Oh yes. Isn't that because the Dutch don't speak Dutch though? Yes. Yes. Okay. Let's get some more coverage. This is still queued up. I think the AI is really like stuck on this one. It took my coins though.
Country Fried Men asked me, explain to us when the state has the right to regulate the legality of farting into confined spaces. Is it only when your pro-anus work is state-funded, or is there a overreaching public interest? Well, sugar, when it comes to the state regulating anything, it's usually about health, safety, or public interest. Now, if farting into confined spaces was causing a hazard, like a buildup of noxious fumes or something akin to butthole bees swarming, they might step in. But generally, unless it's causing harm or funded by taxpayer dollars, I reckon folks are free to toot their own horns in private. Public interest would be the key.
Okay. That was kind of a non-answer, though. That was absolutely a non-answer. Clear as fucking mud. Now we gotta take it to the Supreme Butt Court. That might be a clip though. That might be a short clip right there. That may very well be one. In the stream highlights playlist. I'm gonna make a note of that. Let's make a note. Butt fart legality. Short from construction bot stream 3:16 p.m. 3:16 p.m. Boom, done. I'm gonna queue that one up, put it in the pocket. Easy crap content, and then you can link it back to the stream so people click on it. Number go up. Number go up, y'all. You don't even know. That's all it's about anymore. Whether we're talking number of bees, whether we're talking number of painted mechs in any given calendar year, subscriber count, views, watch time, number of pizzas eaten. Life is about number go up. You know what I'm saying? It could be internet load balancing to prevent brownouts. Now that the power grid is relaxing for night, the data centers can open up and let people generate their offline use at full speed. You're talking like hypersonic farts right here. I feel like we have advanced the once again, we have stolen an idea from Mr. Nathan, and we're advancing the lore with some inane shit he said in chat. Now we have a Supreme Butt Court. Just saying. Do we have term limits for butt lords? I feel like it has to be, because there's like a certain need for springiness and like elasticity in the bunghole. You know what I mean? Like, if we had ancient bung masters, would they just, how would they make rulings on fart related matters if it's just like a loose butthole flip instead of a abort, you know? I'm foreseeing like a whole system here. There's a system in place to deliberate all things fart. Necessitated by the overwhelming societal embrasure of Nathan's PFAS coated paper tubes. The success of the Forever Chemical toot enhancer has necessitated a need for deep regulation. How are you going to compete with fart tubes that last forever? Once they get off the pot, their term ends. Oh, so it's like you could do it like jury duty. You do like a like a maybe not jury duty, but more like a public lottery. Like people would serve. What's that legal term? Like pro tempore or whatever, as a supreme butt lord, making landmark decisions because they are largely based in actual societal common sense. Like, it is not legal to fart into as a fart inspector, it is not legal to crank one off into a operating furnace, for instance. Though it was determined in 1992 Ripstop versus Knickerbocker Industries that farting into a boiler is protected speech. Let's pull this out. Okay, so we just about have decent coverage on this brown. Now, I don't know if we're going to mix in a lighter tone or if we're just going to step up to the next color in the triad. I'm at a loss here a little bit because it's going to be very tight dry brushing either way. And I think maybe because of that, we should just step it up with a more impactful color than a blend. Kind of like it. Ooh, there's a gap in my coverage. She kind of like it. All right, so we need to pick a pretty small dry brushing brush here. I don't know if I may need to make one. None of them are jumping out at me as right for the job. Maybe this guy? This guy right here seems okay. Yeah, I think this is our candidate. Where's our focal point? It's down here. It shall be held reprehensible any action resulting in the unwilling consumption by another flatulence graded higher than 7 on the objective stench scale. Oh. So, are you saying that flatulitic law can only be enforced based on the stench scale? So, like, there are instances where there's probably unjust judgment, as well as underreach of limitation. So it's generally societally accepted to err on the side of caution in the expressing of butt flatulence. That's what I'm thinking. Okay, so we're going to go from our beige brown into khaki gray. And this is going to be a very heavy dry brush. I think we are indeed going to go into overbrush territory here. And we may even use this brush as our first application. So we'll do a two-prong approach. We have a nice poofy, but still kind of small brush. And then we have a very small targeted brush. And I think between the two, we can probably avoid getting any brown on the blue. And that's the big thing here. Let me clean out the previous color. Where are we sitting at? We're 3.5 hours. Doing pretty well today. I'm feeling it. We're going to keep chugging along. You'll note the lack of consequences listing in the rule. Yeah, the only applicable well, it's what is it? The recommended sentencing is a public shaming. Like, actually, all members of the jury must stand and point at the defendant and say shame, and then that's it. Okay, let's get out our let's go back to our texture palette. I really love the stuff that's happening with the colors on this. We're gonna put down some khaki gray. This one actually has some pretty green undertones, so it's gonna, I think it may actually blend in really well with the overall scheming here. And we're gonna load this brush and unload it. And then we're gonna load this brush again and unload it. That way the bristles are nice and saturated with moisture as we start to go into it. And we're just going to go nuts with it right here and really get in there and gristle those bristles all over those edges. You know, hammer down, really goose it. Man, there is something happening here that I really don't understand. This is also like lifting the stuff off the edge. I think we maybe need a bigger, poofier brush. We may actually need to clean this thing. Or perhaps the khaki gray just has so much green undertone in it that it's like really starting to come out. I don't like it. I don't like what it's doing. Nope, not even a little bit. We're not going to use the khaki gray. Boop. Get out of here. In fact, we're going to pick that up off of this texture palette so we don't accidentally hit it. We need, in that case, maybe... I don't think there's enough that we can't cover it. Okay, I was going to say we need to go back to the beige brown, but what we'll do, we'll just do beige brown into buff together. Bristle that brush beard all over its body. Oh yeah. Basically, the Supreme Butt Lord just declared, dude, that was rank. And then he probably gives the perpetrator a high five and surrenders the throne since he had to stand. Oh, he got off the pot. You're right. Oh, you know what? That's actually, that's a really good observation there, Mr. Nate. The whole, because when you get up off the pot, your tenure is over. The Supreme Butt Lords are required to issue the punishment of the shame. They have to stand and point fingers and say shame, and then in that moment, they're immediately alleviated of their what's the term? There's a term I'm looking for. It's like civil, of their civil duties. Yeah, immediately alleviated of the civil duties to be in the Butt Lord. It's very inconvenient to get called for Butt Lord duty. And that's spelled D-O-O-D-I-E, of course. Yeah. Very inconvenient. Unfortunately. However, though the butt court does not reimburse lost wages, it does, however, give waivers and reimbursements for any gas funds incurred as a means of transportation, and or issues bus passes for those living in dense metropolitan areas. However, I don't know about you, but I really internally bemoan anytime I see that brown notice in the mail. I've only served twice though, because on my third calling to be a Supreme Butt Lord, it was discovered that I had a pro-stench bias and was a fart enthusiast. Alright, so we're gonna just continue with our bristle beard all over this boy's legs. We're not doing full overbrush here, but we are heavy-handedly attacking these edges to build up multiple layers in multiple passes. I do want kind of overbrush coverage, but not overbrush sloppiness. If that makes any sense. They never validate parking. That is true. They never validate parking. That's just because the clerk is always on break. You see, they don't need a lot of fiber. All right, so we're starting to get very close to the we're very close to the blue. So we're going to need to swap to our smaller brush here in a second. But what we'll do is we'll just hit this as much as we can. And then swap the brush only when it gets too tight to operate our poofy bristle beard. Not to be confused with spongy grizzle beard. And again, I really want a lot of coverage from this. I want to tint all of that brown beige into a beige. More of a brown buff beige. By mixing buff in it. Oh, that's too heavy. Spitfire. Let's correct that by evening out the tone there. Bum, 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 is what the song's about to do. See? You know what? I'm actually able to kind of tightly control this here. Okay, small brush time. Let's do the same thing, but much closer to the chest. Is this the one that goes boo-boo-doo-dee? Ah, boo-boo-doo-doo, it actually says. Mental lurch. Bouncy Bengus ball, yes. That mental mech right there. That's exactly how I wound up spitting out ham-shaped stuff touchers. Yeah, exactly. Mental mech, metal lurch, mental lurch. You're a mentalist. Somebody's fucking car is backfiring a ton. That's funny. A lot of RPMs to go stoplight to stoplight. They only made it one block. I can hear it. That's funny. That's funny. That's so funny. I just don't get it. I don't like. It just seems such a waste to have a high-powered car with loud exhaust in the city. Especially downtown. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Do you want like long miles to really get that thing going, you know? I'm not nearly Victorian enough to be a mentalist. What actually is a mentalist then? The Victorian term, I only know it from that, like, TV show. Alright, let's keep on with the slapping this boy. Now, see, this one's good because the clean separation there of pants and top. There's another loud car. There must be people meeting up for some kind of car meet thing. Those definitely sounded like tuned exhausts. Video game sounds even, I dare say. Let's hit those pants. Let's get them pants all browned up. Brown town. Okay. Be-do-do-do. Be-do-do-do. Okay. Building this stuff up. Building these edges up. Edging them nicely. Load the brush, unload the brush, swipe the brush, swizzle the stick. Slap it down. Move it around. You put it in there and you wiggle. You know what I mean? Yes. Delicious. Okay. This one also has like a weird impact from that powdering. What happened there? It's like a strange powderized crust. Pinged off that moo dingus. Alright. So those are built up. Now we need to come back in with much more buff. And I think what we'll do is use a mostly buff mixture here, but then mix it into the previous tone. That way we're not putting straight buff on it, and then we can come back in with straight buff and hit it with the edging. A stage magician, seance host, fortune teller, average con artist, huckster buster, husker busker, husker do's, husker don'ts, buskers. There's a lot of buskers here in SF, you know, by nature of being a city. So we're going to be a little more reserved with our application of this tone here. Try to be deliberate with it. We're not getting an overall tonality shift. We're just hitting those edges and really building them up to like a highlight area. And then we will follow the roadmap that gets applied by our dry brush here and come back in with our buff edging. Edging that buff, you know? Just swizzle it all over that swooty. Swizzle swooty. Coming all over that booty. Wait, what? Okay. That is decent. I'm afraid if I go too much further, it's going to have like a powdery appearance. And we want to kind of avoid that because the paint's starting to dry out. So let's get on this bit. Let's do it again. Pow. Make sure it's not too loaded. And we're going to start on the obvious areas of highlight. So we'll hit the knees, come down across the top of the hips, pelvis, top of the hip there, bow, 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 across the side of the leg. Reload the brush. Dry brushing for the win. And then, of course, all this is going to get really tamped down. We're going to hide all our crimes with the weathering steps, with the enamel wash that comes later. So we almost want to exaggerate this. And in the end, the dry brush approach is going to save us a ton of time without compromising the overall look of our mech in the end. Alright. Now. Okay, so now we want to take this kind of color and get it going in a highlight. You literally played a Mentalist in a Mega Dungeon, only you had real magic. Ah, yes. Yeah. I see. Here, let's do this. Let's take some buff little bit of buff. And I think we do want like a touch. Just a little touch of, we need a little touch of this color. Just a little bit on the tip of the brush. And we're not even going to put a whole drop. We're going to wet the brush for mixing it. We're going to mix it in there. That is not enough of this tone. Let's grab a little bit more. Maybe even a little bit more. There we go. Perfect. And then we're going to moisten the brush a little bit more. I don't want a whole drop in there because it's going to get too thin. It's going to get too thin too quick. And that will ruin what I'm trying to do here. Okay, so you do that same thing from before. We're going to come in and we're going to just grab our tippy tip edges, and we're just going to give a little streak of color, just a little bit there to accentuate what's there. Pow. Same here, a little bit right there. Pow. And come out right there and there. These don't have to be super clean. We just want to get the sharp bits, the sharp edges. So we'll do the same thing here too. The hell is my phone going off? Ah, it was a spam call. Am I surprised? Nope, not even a little bit. Also, I see that clip. Thank you, Mr. Nate. You are a true champion. Championes. Like mushrooms. Champignons? I don't remember how to say it. What's up, Mr. Miles, eh? Popping on the cat. The cat of the popping. Pop, pop, pop. Popcat is a real boon to the entirety of reality. I shall do the same. I shall in poppin'. And Nightbot did one too. Holy shit. The timing of that couldn't have been better. That's awesome. Pop, 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 pop. Get those highlights in, get these highlights in. Pow, pow. This here, so we're not worried about the arm. The forearm is going to be black. I think that's about all of this color we really need. Not too much, just a little on the edges. Here and there, accentuate the shine. And then it's got a nice overall tannishness on some of that. We've still got to pick where the black panels go. Same deal, this guy's going to get a little bit there. Now, because the brown is only on the legs, we're going to kind of break our rule a little bit and add some to the legs. Just really deepen some of the more subtle details that the sculptor didn't really get deep enough, and kind of reduce a little bit of that dry brush look. Pow, pow. I'm gonna boost it some. Yes, yes. That edge probably gets some. This edge probably gets some. The foot is raised, so it's definitely going to get some, even though this other foot is not going to. But we can still put a little bit on these sharp edges there. And here. And there. And there. And there. Now this one, the toe tips probably get a little bit. Pow, pow, pow. There we go. Got our nice, like, buff color going on. Oh, geez. Yes. Redeemed Lord. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. No. No butt lording. Okay, so we gotta think about metallics, I think, is our next step. I really don't know what color I want to go with on these. I think we want like a darker steel kind of color since they're industrial mechs. So let's maybe go with the Obera reactor. We could either go jet exhaust, duraluminum, or I had a metallic. We could even go with sterling silver and then tamp that down. Which one is more paint in it? I think maybe the duraluminum's the way. So the jet exhaust is not going to wash down super well. So I think we want to go with the throat clogging up with more fucking phlegm. Yeah, let's toss 2 drops of duraluminum in there. Let's keep on moving. Keep on keeping on. Keep on rubbing. Rubbing and tugging on my nips. Okay. We're just gonna start applying some really heavy-handed duraluminum all over this boy's chainsaw. Not to be confused with Bonesaw, who is ready. What is that actually from? Bonesaw is ready. That's Spider-Man? Tobey Maguire Spider-Man? I really kind of want to do this whole gun arm in metallic. And I'm gonna. Kind of makes sense since it's like bolted on. And in fact, yeah, I'm gonna do this whole gun arm down here in metallic, and then we'll do the ammo box in like olive drab. Makes sense for a pirate-ish build. We'll bring it all the way up to the cuff right here. Pow. And this is going to take some washing beautifully when we get there. Spooter dude. Yeah, Bonesaw is ready. You guys know what I'm talking about. Spooter dude. That sounds dirty. Spooter dude sounds really, really dirty. Okay. Where are we sitting at? 4 hours. I think I can probably reasonably get another hour out of myself here, but I'm legit starting to fatigue. So I think what we're gonna do is get these as far as we can, and we're gonna put a pin in it, and we'll come back Friday and finish them with the the freehand details and stuff, and get the final touches, and then that way we can have these done and in the mail should my client approve. Have them in the mail by like Saturday afternoon. So I'm sitting here thinking about there's some like color deliberation stuff. Like we want to get this ammo box is going to be drab. We want this kind of fuel tank done in a red, I think. And I do have some other stuff I need to be working on tonight. That I need to get some mechs up on the eBay store this evening. It is necessary. It's part of what has been delaying this project, actually. I have this immediate need to sling some mechs. So if you out there want to get your hands on some Country Fried Minis mechs, not commission work, obviously, make sure to take a peek at the eBay store from time to time. And of course, if you see this, you see the stream and you hear that, you'll know that you can always send an offer for a discount, and I will consider offers in my pricing. Don't be shy. Come on by. Get your hands on nice lances, usually for under $200. Depends though. If it's a ton of work, they might be higher price, but I generally try to stick to more common themes with a good balance of freehanding and standard colors. Make sure to check it out. Okay. Like primer oxide red? Ooh. Like a reddish brown for the fuel tank, or a brownish red, more red than brown? Yeah, I think so. A nice oxide red would be nice. I usually go whole red. Whole red's one of my favorites. I think that also will like go into the consideration of what color we do the chipping on these as well. Might do more of a steely color on these ones. I usually do the what is it, 50-50 mix between German camo, black, brown, and whole red. It's kind of like my magic sauce chipping color, because it's like it's a little bit of raw steel color and it's a little bit of like oxide red color. A little bit of both. Little bit of both. All right, so we got to be really careful here. The flip side of using this Vallejo metal color airbrush colors is because they have such good coverage, if you get it on what you're working on, it'll stain and cover in one coat. So you gotta be really, really careful. But you guys can see, like, this shit goes on smooth and immediate. Single coat coverage. Best metal colors that exist. I have found nothing that's even as close. Anywhere near as close. Anywhere near as good. Anywhere close and near as good. Brain do words, please. Whole red is literally oxide red. I think oxide red is a different color. I'm not 100% sure if Vallejo has made a distinction, but yes, whole red is oxide red. I just can't remember if that's just their name for oxide red, or if there's a slight difference in tone between the two. I guess I could look it up. Let's see. Vallejo oxide red. Okay, there's a whole red and then there's a German red oxide. Atoms, you say? Somebody's revving their motor outside. They're going brow, brow. It sounds like one of those what's the motorcycle type that's not a dirt bike, it's a little bigger? Enduro? Sounds like one of them. Ooh, we have a support stuck on there. Yeah, you bitch. No, 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 no. How dare you? How dare you fly off my handle? I'm the only one that can fly off the handle. It's my job. Okay. That is covered. Adam. Who does Adam? That's is that Mig? Rev Motor Man is back. I think he busted a block. Okay, let's get this going on. Pow. Hit the outside edge. Boom, boom, boom. Pow, 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 pow. Same here. Okay, so now we need to start picking out like these little cooling units, these little heat sinks. That a going. Raw chair as well. This lad. Get that covered. I think we do want the shoulder joint inside here metallic, so it stands out. We need to be really careful because it's kind of just sunk into the details without like any delineation. And then we want that upper arm, but I want that band. I want that upper arm band to stay the blue tone. So we really, really, really need to be careful here. Like we'll do some washing that will hide some of our crimes here, but we really need to be careful. There's only so much covering that our wash and our weathering is gonna do. So like keeping this really tight is important. There we go. Very nice. Very nice. Hey, that's an ad. I need to buy an old man magnifying lens light to paint detail. Oh, you mean like at this right here. This thing has been really good. A community member kicked these down to me, and they have been awesome. It's got a nice little LED light. It's got like 4 or 5 different magnification levels, but I only use the most thickest 3.5x magnifier. Can you combine shipping for eBay store? Yes. I don't know how to get it set up yet. I haven't figured it out, but the way I've been doing it so far is when people do order multiple items, I'll send a refund and get it all in one box. I know there's a way to do it. I just haven't figured it out yet. Okay, let's get this on. I don't know if we need it yet, but we're ready to roll with it. I dropped my paintbrush. No. I knocked my fucking ears off. Alright, that is Dunsky. Let's get some more out. Duraluminum. Duraluminiums. Okay, so we need to do the same right here, and you know what? Maybe I will use the magnifier. Let's get that in position, and then you know, I was very reticent to embrace these things, and I find it hard to go back now. Plus, because of the little headlamp thing on them, it has made it where I have nights at the computer where, like, if I'm like playing an RPG in Discord chats, or like waiting on some rendering to finish, I can actually work on my minis at my computer desk, even though the lighting over there sucks. I can even do the detail painting over there. Alright, let's get this going on, chow. And then we'll get the front here. Let's see, is that lined up where y'all can see? And then it's lined up where I can see. And then I think we want that elbow to also be metallic. So we'll get that going. Now, rub it up under here. Alright. Yeah. That's looking alright. Now we got leg actuators to do. Magnifer, yes. Cool, I'm about to place an order. No rush. I won't even be home from work till the 18th. Oh, word. I can throw some of those bonus mechs in there too that we discussed. By the way, every bit helps. That's honestly, it's the lion's share of keeping the lights on around here, is the eBay sales and the Patreon. Best ways to support Countrified Minis. I also do commissions, but commissions take some time, and I tend to I really tend to mismanage time, and there is a non-zero chance that your commission will have a request for an extension. I hate to say it, but it's just the nature of the beast. You can get custom work from me, but usually it's better to pick up what's on the eBay store. That's the way. Let's see, like right now I'm working on, I'll go grab them. I'm currently working on the set of Genyosha, first Genyosha mechs. They got a nice 10 bits, but they're the typical, they're that repeat Karita lance that I do. The Dragon Avatar Hunchback Catapult Tokugawa. So those are going to be going up, and then we get the Lyrens as well. Stick those back here. Back here. Little by little, poco a poquito. Do you use Dawn soap to clean your brushes with a fancy high dollar brush scoop? Well, for one, I'm a brush licker. But no, I generally swizzle them in water, and I run them through acetone because I use synthetics. I just use acetone when I need them unlocked, and because they're synthetics, they tend to not they don't last long enough to really justify the fancy soap. But I do have green soap from my tattooing days still. Green soap works really well. It's alcohol-based soap. It's really good stuff. I couldn't justify buying it as just a hobbyist, but it's good to have around. Magnifer, you said. Mag knife. What is a mag knife? I know what a mag light is. But like a mag knife? Is that like oh, what's that big German knife? A Grossmesser? Is that a mag knife? As long as you give it like a big black handle. Yes. Is that? Where's my? There we go. I keep bumping into my dang cameras here. You know, if I was filming, I could have another camera as well, be straddling the tripod. Yes. Let's hit that. Get you right there. Roger. All right, and then I want the knee actuator also in metallic. And then, of course, this is like really basic metal right now, but we're gonna hit it with NULN oil and boost it big time. Get them shadows. I don't know, something really awesome about the whole metallic plus Nuln oil. It's so fucking good. Something absolutely magic happens. Oh fuck. I'll fix that with the weathering, I think. Is it a Pokemon? Oh, you know what's a Pokemon? Why not's a Pokemon? Who's that Pokemon? Magknife. What would Magknife look like? Would it be an evolution of Magneton or Magnemite? Magnemite becomes Magknife. He's like it's just like a picture of a fucking knife with a magnet stuck to it, and it's somehow a Pokemon. What else we got here? So, okay, so he's got like this girdle thing going on in the middle. I think we maybe want to do that metallic. I'm actually thinking it's going to be black, but we're going to start with a metallic coating on it. And then that way, if we change our mind later about the black, it'll still have like a little bit of visual interest on it. I gotta admit though, y'all, I am really losing steam, and I want some dinner. And I'm going to try to push through this, but I think the hangry is starting to kick in my ADD. And I may have to walk away from the stream. We will be back Friday to continue work on these and finish these boys up. I will do some work tonight and tomorrow and get these much closer to finished. So I think that's the plan. I am seeing once again that pushing beyond like 4 hours is tough. But I think it's solid fucking progress today. So, what's hit me is I got to do metallics on all of these boys. So we're gonna hit all the metallics on the two pirate mechs. So it's gonna be the whole of this. It's gonna be all this junk. They're all metallic. Then we're gonna hit these caterpillar boys with metallics, and we're gonna set out to have metallics done before next stream. I'll do the metallics and then the null oil wash. Don't push, go food you. It's been 4 hours. Yeah, exactly. He does like to give things a plant. I think it's just a big ass electromagnet and a chunk of I-beam. It cuts, yes, but not by being sharp. Yeah, exactly. Well, I hope you guys have had fun today and have found something useful and or entertaining out of this stream. We're gonna have a return to streaming. It has long been a topic of disappointment as the viewership has really gone down in the last like 10 months. Though I'm realizing after watching a lot of live stream content on YouTube, it's everyone's suffering. I think the YouTube algorithm is really not pushing streams like it used to, like it was like start of last year or start of this year. It's all about that short form content. But on that topic, we'll have another short tonight. I think we're going to wrap up the short series of importing mechs into tabletop sim. So tonight is probably going to be the actual importing episode. So shorts every day. We'll probably get back to 2 days a week streaming. I'd like to get there. Especially in the new year, especially once we're past all the stuff we're working on now. I've got a really big project that folks who attend the voice chats in Discord know about, but I can't really talk about, that you guys will see before the end of the year as long form content. And then 2026, we've got all kinds of fun stuff planned. A paint up of aces, some playthrough of solo content. I've got some pinups planned, like Q13. He's gonna get painted up at some point. Maybe some Gaz Mini stuff, some Infinity content, all kinds of junk. Holy moly! Whoa! That's gargantuan, Woojin. Holy moly! That has just blown my mind. That is hella generous. We'll thank you for the ultra generous tip. We'll keep some stuff going, and Woojin, if at any point you desire certain lances put together, do not hesitate to reach out. I will shift things around and can work on whatever you need in your collection, and we can just price them up however you need. Anyhow, that's all I got tonight. My mind is spinning. I'm about to tuck into probably, like, realistically 2.5 hours of doing metallics, so I don't want to do that on stream. So we're gonna get these metallics done, and we'll dive back in Friday, same time, 12 noon, and we'll probably do another like 4 to 5 hours thing. where we'll lead into the Dicks in the Dark stream and see what those fellers are doing in Up, Up, and Away. I think it's still Up, and Away. Pretty sure it is. He's gonna fart. I'm gonna fart as soon as I hang up this call. And in fact, you guys don't forget that you need to... This stream has been brought to you by Nathan's PFAS-coated paper tubes. Nathan's paper tubes are the best for farting into unparalleled resonance, and Forever Chemicals for the best long-term results.